Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Monday, June the 27th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Good one, Larry. Thank you, guys. You can see my screen. Yes, yes. Great. Yeah, just as I was opening the room, AERC announcing a financing. And what is the financing price? $50 million at $10 a share. $10 a share, so it's a little bit above the financing price. Trade of the week is VIPS, China stock. China is hot still. VIPS is the trade of the week, suggested entry around 11.25. So a little bit above the entry price right now. How you trade it, of course, is up to you, but VIPS is the trade of the week. EPZM, just to let you know, EPZM is a buyout, a cheap buyout. So what else is happening? AFIB, excuse me, AFIB, it's still hanging in there. Cheap one, just over $1. Some kind of a product launch. Low float, 18 million in the float. AXSM has gapped up on, FDA has issued a proposed labeling, and that is AXSM, and through the 200-day moving average. 3287 is the 200-day, so it is through the 200-day moving average. SIGA, S-I-G-A. So who has come out and said, you know what, monkeypox is not an emergency. So that is SIGA, S-I-G-A, and probably other monkeypox stocks, TNXP, etc. Chewy, C-H-W-Y. Needham has put a $55 price target on Chewy, C-H-W-Y, C-H-W-Y. AGRX, AGRX. If I can see any reason, I do see a reason now. Trading higher, I'm in the Supreme, okay, this is Roe versus Wade. Okay, so AGRX is all to do with Roe versus Wade. Box D will not give up. Box D, yeah, another 8%. It actually was a little higher than that. It was way up here at 270, but anyway, Box D, another one to keep an eye on. I was surprised to see I had shorts for this one. PSNY, this is started trading as PSNY on Friday after it was a SPAC. So started trading as PSNY. NRSN, yeah, I love it. Almost my name. NRSN popping up on phase 3 results as an Alzheimer's drug. So that is NRSN right at the VWAP. And it's a very low float. Israeli stock, very low float. If NRSN is not popping up in some of your gappers, it's probably because you have the earnings per share. Can't say that's for sure. If it is, fine, but if it is not, it's probably because it has the earnings per share filter in it. Sort of the hack that we use in order to not see ETFs, etc. But I've noticed, I took mine out on my pre-markets because I've noticed since for whatever reason on some Israeli stocks that blocks a stock from showing up. So AERC is actually rebounding quite well off that financing price. Financing price is $10. Well, JD is China, so virtually every China stock you see is probably up, as PJ is saying. The relaxing. I mean, if you're looking for a specific reason, not, well, I'm not going to show a specific reason for JD, but China stocks are trading higher amid loosening of COVID-19 restrictions in China. Okay, so if you just look at KWEB, so it's nothing specific to JD, but virtually every China stock is probably trading like this. And that is the reason why VIPS, and of course, Steve did not know that that little headline was going to come out, but it was just China in general has been, strong over the last less than a while. DWAC getting whacked again. More subpoenas coming out. I guess that is the another, yeah, down 9%, 9.5%, and that is DWAC. More subpoenas coming out. SEC investigation, etc. Hills, HILS, HILS, HILS is, yeah, not holding, obviously, not holding. So they have some kind of a collaboration agreement with SPNS, which has done really nothing on that collaboration agreement. That's a big pullback, guys. I mean, from $1.40 back to $1. And real is up. It's that one on Friday, late surge on Friday for real. REAL. So Box D is Russell effective this morning. Thank you, Craig, or Captain. You've abbreviated your name from Captain Kangaroo to Captain K. Captain Crunch. All right, BRQS. Just looking to see. There is one that did a big reverse split and it is getting hammered. Well, that was BRQS, in fact. BRQS is trading now after the 1-for-16 reverse split. So guys, as I said last week, I am almost exclusively going to be concentrating on the races. I've pared down many of my alert and top list windows. Just going to pay attention to this one and this one. This is sort of my watch list. Trying to merge the two of them, but I wanted to run them independently for a while just to see what sort of effect that had. And again, my big deal for the races, aside from giving us some really interesting looks, it's just the focus ability. They're just the focus on one window alone, and that's it. SYTA, let's see, nah, nothing. Okay, just thought maybe that was popping a little bit. So what's the market doing? So the market is, we're in for a modest open, starting to fade just a little bit for the market opens. All right, 9:10, let me check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And they haven't hit yet. All right, this PRTH, I just couldn't find any reason for this one. PRTH, this is gapped up though, 11%. Not very much volume. That's probably why I couldn't see any news on it, and the volume's a little bit light, so I didn't really mention it. But PRTH, there we are. There's my upgrades. Let's take a look to see what we've got. I've got about equal number of upgrades and downgrades. Let me get them in right now. This is from briefing.com. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Just give me one moment, please. All right, just had to check to make sure that was the correct email. Well, Goldman's a little active this morning, guys. Let's take a look at the four that I've got anyway. Let's take a look at the four Goldman upgrades, including Hood. Huh, interesting. They've upgraded Hood. Upgrades on a more balanced risk reward. Now, this is an upgrade with a grain of salt. Before they had it as a sell, so now it's neutral. So in other words, you know what? Maybe don't sell it, but don't buy it either. But just kind of keep it for a while and see what happens. So anyway, this is Hood with an upgrade from. We'll call it an upgrade from Goldman. Yeah, I mean, and they're saying next year a price target of 950, big deal. Anyway, that is Hood. And let's take a look at Ollie, OLLI, sorry, OLLI is an upgrade from Goldman. And yeah, sometimes these things are baffling when you see it. It says Goldman upgrades Ollie's from neutral, raises the price target to $57 from 37. Of course, the stock's at 64 now. In GTLB, what is this one doing? GTLB, another upgrade from Goldman this morning. And now they have upgraded it to a buy with a price target of $80 for GTLB. And AZO, I think this is a really expensive one. AZO, yeah, wow, is it ever? AutoZone, $2,200. Now I got the downgrades in now. You know what? Goldman has been pretty active this morning. I got some downgrades from them also. Take a look at those. TCOM, I'm hearing, guys. TCOM is something happening. Okay, so this looks like this is a buyout. Maybe not. No. Okay, it's not just a China stock. A lot of these China stocks this morning look like buyouts. That's typically what a buyout would look like, just sort of flatlining across. But this is a China stock, so we're just having another little pop here for TCOM. Goldman has been super active this morning in their upgrades and downgrades. Downgrading coin. Meme stock being downgraded. BBBBY. B. Riley. All right, there are the downgrades from briefing.com. Let's take a look at some of these Goldman downgrades. MCW is a downgrade. See if it's had any effect. Really, not yet. IoT is a downgrade from Goldman. Any effect yet? Modest. Infa, INFA, another downgrade. I'm just looking to see if there's any big volume in any one of these. FND, another one, FND. Etsy, ETSY, another downgrade from Goldman. Okay, pretty good volume actually, pre-market, 37,000. And ALTR is the last one. Oh, and coin, I mentioned coin. So I don't know what Bitcoin's doing this morning, but my guess is it's down. But there's a downgrade from Goldman. BOXD, guys, BOXD on the move. And the other one was ALTR, another downgrade from Goldman. ALTR, see what it's doing. Yeah, not very much volume. Maurice, don't understand your question. Okay, so let's take a look at NRSN. Hanging in there, guys. So this is an Alzheimer play. It appears that, well, it says stage three, so that's late stage. And let's see, anything else? So AERC is actually reacting pretty well to its financing. Yeah, it's down, but remember the financing is at $10, so they've reacted fairly well to that financing price so far. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, see what's happening with the sectors. Now we've got kind of a muted open right now, so I have no idea what I'm going to see. Haven't checked oil prices this morning. So what you're seeing once this loads, what you're seeing right here, okay, so oil. Okay, so what you're seeing right here, these are the major sectors. These are the major ETFs for the sectors. So XLE, that is the major energy ETF. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, that means that 100% of the stocks are up from Friday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So when you just look at the rest of the sectors, I mean, technology, 76%. What is a weak sector? The only weak one, if the weakest one, I should say, would be, I guess, utilities and consumer staples. They're just hovering a little over 50%, both of them. But again, this can change rapidly, half an hour into the market. All this can change very rapidly. Not so much the change from the close, but the change from the open. And that is what I now 100% keep an eye on, always the change from the open. Because the stock can have a big gap down, a gap down from Friday's or open way down from Friday's close or previous day's close, but then it can rally during the day. So, that opening price, of course, that's that first print. So the change from that first print, you can have a big rally, but you wouldn't necessarily see it if all you were looking at was the change from the close. So, and that is what the races are based on. So what you're seeing here, this VIPS, in the simulator, I took VIPS in the pre-market. People ask a lot, can you use our simulator in the pre-market? Yes, of course you can. You can use it in the post-market also. Always remember, you always have to go at a limit price, okay? And that's not just with our simulator, that's with virtually every trading platform out there. You just can't go in at the market. But other than that, so I took it at 1137. I'm going to hold this unless it gets stopped out. And I can't remember, I think the stop, usually Steve puts the stops at the rising 20 SMA. Do a quick look to see if that's the case. Yeah, so the 20-day moving average. I don't have that on here, but looks like it right now would be a little over $10. Anyway, how you trade it will be up to you, of course. You don't have to take it in the pre-market. You don't ever have to take it, but trigger point was 1125, so it's a little bit above it. But remember, these are not designed. They're designed for longer term holds. All right. Now, how you trade it, of course, is up to you. Last week with DQ, this was the trigger was around 60. It got up to almost 70. And I would have been trading this out. Maybe holding on to a piece of it again. China and energy, so obviously a couple of strong sectors. Though, let me take a look at what energy is doing this morning in terms of the oil prices. Still above 100. Okay, yeah, Brent's 113 and WTI is 108, so still above 100. All right, guys, NRSN is holding strongly here. All right, it had a little pullback back down to the 240 level. The high was around 280. The next high on the weekly chart, looking left, I believe is around 413. So that has some room. Obviously, it's got some room. That high is actually 282. Okay, just a second here. So 282 and 279. Okay, those are a couple of fairly recent weekly highs, maybe 2 or 3 months ago. Okay, so takes that out. Then the next weekly high is way up here at 413. So see how it's trying to get through that. And it does appear that it is This is the reason. 50% ALS trial. I'm sorry, I think I said it was Alzheimer's. It's ALS, and this is stage 3. I guess that's the same as phase 3, but again, we have to wait for the market to open to see how some of these are going to trade. These are not recommend. When we're talking about things in the pre-market, doesn't mean, I have no idea if this stock is going to continue to keep going. I mean, it's up 56%, but it's one of those crazy low floats, 6 million in the float. Well, guys, remember this one, Lucan Coffee, LKNCY now trading on the pinks. It is even coming back. Remember, this was billed as a Starbucks of China. Had the IPO back here. No, I think the IPO was earlier than this. Is, I guess, when it got delisted. Can't remember when the IPO actually was. But even these things, I mean, we've seen 2 recent ones, Hertz and Revlon, and I suppose you can even say this one. Who knows? Maybe. Yeah, it was fraudulent accounting practices, I guess. Can't remember when the IPO was. I thought it was earlier than this. I may be wrong. Maybe this is when the IPO was. Certainly it's trading as LK and CY. It was here. This is back in June. Oh yeah, it was earlier. Well, maybe not. This is 2 years ago. It's possible, but I just can't remember when the actual IPO was. But the bottom line is that even though it got delisted, etc., it's doing a lot. It's looking a lot like what Hertz. Revlon has not been delisted yet. RAV has not yet been delisted. Wow, 1 minute already. Thank you, William. All right, everybody. It's a 1 minute till the open. Let's have a great trading week. I typically will not trade in the first 15 minutes, though I've relaxed a little bit, depending on what I get from the biggest gainers from the open. I still don't think I'll take anything right on the open, but we'll see what happens. I'm going to get these races going now, and we'll see what happens. Certainly, though, I'll be following this window, to a lesser extent this window, all day long. Speaking of Revlon, a little pop here for Revlon. Okay, we are now open. All right, so there's the NRSN. The NRSN, excuse me, it gets me interested if it takes out this 282 level. That will be the next high looking left. The AXSM guys, AXSM. FDA issues a proposed labeling for them. So that has caused this big pop for AXSM. This is shortable for me. I don't know how fluffy this news is, but it's a fairly low float also. $34 stock with 30 million in the float. That's a pretty low float. Okay, well, even SIG is trying to have a little bit of a pop here. SIGA is trying to have a little bit of a pop. But the WHO has basically said, come out and said, WHO, the World Health Organization, has basically said this is not, monkeypox is not an emergency. Today, anyway. Look at CRDO, guys. CRDO on the move. CRDO on the move. Yeah, all these are early. And you know, some of you're going to see some. Hopefully, you're going to see some of the reasons why I don't like to trade right off the bat. You know, you'll see a stock like this, CRDO, looks really good right now. You think, why don't I take it right now? And all of a sudden, it just drops. If I were new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade for the first, well, probably, yeah, the first 30 minutes. I'll miss the ones that keep running right from the beginning, but that's okay. I mean, too many times stocks move up and down so rapidly in the first 15 minutes, but especially in the first five. All right, what is Vroom doing? VRM, VRM. Yeah, so for me, you look at the daily chart for a VRM. The previous 2 days, the highs reached basically right to the penny, about 182 both days, 180 that day, and 181 the day before. So that's Friday and that's Thursday. Okay, well, this hasn't helped them at all. SSRM announces the inclusion in the Russell 1000 index. So you would have thought that would be, but look at SSRM. Look at SSRM just getting kicked here right off the bat. But they announced that they're the inclusion. I don't know if that is valid today or it's upcoming. A bit of a bizarre reaction to that, though. Yeah, after the last 3 days where the SPY has been treating us pretty nicely, if you want to go long, there's a pretty ominous opening red candle. NRSN, guys, is hanging tough here. Hanging tough here. Keep an eye on that 282 level. Again, if I get a price alert at 282, doesn't mean I just hop into the trade, but I certainly want to know about it. And again, why 282? Because if you look left on a weekly chart, that will clear that it looks like a couple of months ago, and then the next high after that is 413. And we have our first halt because of volatility. Look at this SSRM. Just got it's a very strange reaction to that news. All right, let's take a look at AGRX. AGRX. AGRX, was there some news? Trying to see if there's any news about them. Trading higher. Oh, that's right. This is basically a Roe versus Wade stock. Okay, so what I'm really looking for right now in this race right here, I'm looking for a nice big percentage. You know, something like 5, 6, 7, 8%. You know, right now again, it's early. So I don't see anything that is catching my eye right now, especially with the market moving down. Now, I do have the biggest losers from the open also. I don't have it up and running because the last few days have been just concentrating on the biggest winners, but it depends what this market does, of course. It's a pretty big red bar though to start. All right, so this AXSM is starting to fade here, guys. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, and if you have the AI, you know what I'm talking about, but this is starting to fade, the AXSM. Okay, another China stock. This YSG has been on fire. I mean, look at the last few days. It's almost a double. Well, yeah, almost a double from a couple of weeks ago. Again, with China, China stocks just moving smartly. But again, guys, it is early. It's only 8 minutes in. DWAC is not shortable for me today at Interactive Brokers. DWAC not shortable for me. It's an on again, off again. Yeah, the NRSN is. I'm holding out for at least a 281 break. That'll clear it. So there's that 280. All right, guys, can it take out three? That is the next question. Can it take out three? And then after that, the next high looking left is 413 on the weekly chart. All eyes taking out three, if it can take out three. And I'm talking about the NRSM, and it's trying like mad to take out that three. And of course, winning a race right up here, that's what we're talking about. Look at that big percent. There it goes, guys. Come on, keep above three. Just got to take out three in a big way. I'm talking about the NRSN. Come on, leave it behind. Leave 3 behind. As I say, this is the only time I'm sort of breaking my don't take a trade in the first 15-minute rule. I have my level set for NRSN. Okay, guys, I think I can safely say this is a winner. If you took this one over that 281 mark, I think I can safely say this is a winner. You can take some out if you want, of course. It's a fantastic percentage move from 281. I got in at actually 284, and I've taken some out now. Okay, I don't want to make sure I lock in some profit, and that's a great percentage move. All right, what else is happening here? So NRSN, AERC. Wow, AERC. This is a star, guys. This is markets reacting extremely well to this financing. Extremely well. Look at this. I mean, they did the financing at $10. The stock got thumped down to about 10.20. So it's a pretty big percentage drop down. But the market is acting extremely well to that financing, AERC. Okay, guys, so you want to print this sort of a chart out. Look what the SPY is doing. Look at that opening 15-minute candle. This is a classic alpha stock. Okay, when we refer to alpha stocks, we're talking about stocks that don't really give a rip about what the rest of the market is doing. They're trading like almost like in a vacuum on their own. I mean, because look at the market, that's a big drop. But this NRSN, it doesn't really care. Jamie, glad you could take advantage of it. All right, guys, sorry, I am now taking more off the NRSN. You cannot, anything goes from 280 to 320 in a very short period. Look at this AERC. This is I want to look if there's any more news on it. other than the financing. That is an astonishing move for AERC. I mean, it's only $15 million. I mean, it's not like a ton of money they've raised. Let's see if AUVI was tugged along with it. AUVI, was that tugged along with it? Sort of, but not really. All right, all eyes on my race now. AFIB, what are you doing? So AFIB kind of holding tough, though that's not okay. That last time I looked at it, it was under $1, so now it has regained $1. It's a pretty low float, 18 million in the float. Okay, so that first 15 minutes is in the books, okay, for the SPY. So what is everything doing? Dow, I mean, Dow's not hasn't been thumped horribly. Dow's down 73, Nas is down 97, SPY is down 17. So let's see what the next 15-minute candle has to offer. Yeah, my guess is, well, how did China do? How are the China stocks doing right now? KWEB. Yeah, so I mean, with the market, KWEB certainly. So most of the China stocks that you saw in the pre-market that were looking really good, probably not so good right now. Like here's the IPS as an example. Now, again, I took this in the simulator in the pre-market. One of the reasons I did this because we get the question quite a bit. Can the simulator be used in the pre-market and post-market? So I just wanted to show you that it could. Yeah, so I think you're referring to technically having a doji. Yeah, indecision. Who knows which way it's going to go, one way or the other. Yes, I think that is what is called. Okay, guys, NRSN may not be over. I don't have as much. I don't have that much left, but just in case, 413 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Yeah, so again, Javi, classically that is referred to as a doji, D-O-J-I. Okay, GRNA won a race, and the issue with it is 326. You know what? This has got some room. Okay, the next high looking left on the daily chart is 404. So I mean, it's got some room. When I say it has some room before it hits the next high, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least you take that aspect out of the equation of why a stock may not move higher. Terrible flow, terrible spread though. Well, it's tightened up a bit here. Now, one of the things that I did over the weekend with the racing is that if you don't have to follow it all day long, of course, but the interesting thing is who wins the races. And this is in the right hand. You can see right here we have a column that starts off with 1 through 5. So, I mean, we're so early, but if a stock keeps winning races after races after races all day long, you would see that in the number one position, and you would see the number of races it won, as an example. Okay, and so at the end of the day, those will be ranked from 1 to 10. You can you can then take those. You can take that list, and if you missed it, in other words, if you didn't run the race all day long, you can go to the replay, and I'll show you that a little later. You can run the replay of the race. It'll take about 6 minutes, and then it'll show you the stocks that won the most races, ranked 1 through 10. Then you can actually, what I'm considering is taking that list and really watching it tomorrow, like the next day, as a great watch list for the next day, especially if you see a stock that still has some room. There's the Veru. You guys are talking about Veru, Veru. Look at Veru. Yeah, I mean, look at the room it's got. 1537, I think. 13. So yeah, so 1537 for Veru. That is the next high looking left. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just saying, it has room to run until it hits that next high. Meanwhile, NRSN is still super strong. However, we've got two little topping. Be aware, guys. We've got two topping tails now. For it. So on the 15-minute chart. So if just be aware of that. Don't think it's just because I keep saying 413 is the next high looking left on a weekly chart. It doesn't. I'm not saying that's where it's going to get to. All right, SIGA is a bounce play from Zach's bounce plays. SIGA. Hmm. All right, guys. Now I'm experiencing some issues on the chart. Let me just make sure. Yeah, I'm just watching this NRSN. I want to make sure this chart is okay here because I noticed my thumbnail chart was not upgrading or updating. Well, in theory, it hasn't triggered, Jordy. Okay, 11 in the pre-market. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Let's see what it was. I would never. What was the opening? 9:30. Yeah, so in theory, it triggered. At 11:25. Because that is in theory the trigger. So if it hit 11:25, then you can tell. When I was but you know what? When you see a big red candle like that, I would probably not hop into any trade unless it was really trading on its own. So I can't tell you if it's a good buy now. I mean, I really. But in theory, it did trigger. I mean, if you looked at the email and it said, the trigger was 11:25. Now you got to be aware of what the stop would be if you actually triggered, if it actually triggered. But what I would have been looking at, you have to use a little bit of human interaction too. When you see China doing this is at what time? 9 o'clock. When you see China drifting down, this is 9:15. I would never have taken VIPS, okay? Because it's too tied in with probably what all of China is going to do. Most of the China stocks are going to do. So in other words, I just wouldn't follow blindly just because, there's it says, well, take the trade. In theory, it's alive at a certain price, but I'd be also watching, well, what is the market doing? Wow. You know what? I was talking about that I'm going to have to change my tactics maybe because look at that GNRA, guys. Now, granted, it got that. I mean, that was a horrible 386, 293. But when we were talking about this GRNA, I believe it was around 330 price wise, of course. And it got all the way up to 388 before it pulled back. Interesting because it's not a low float, 59 million. It's not a crazy low float. So a lot of these are really quick hitters. All right, so this one is it shortable for me. MAPS, this is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's an all-time low. I just can't tell if it's shortable for me. And the answer is no, not shortable. Oh yeah, yeah, 250,000 shares available. Okay, well this is interesting. This is an all-time low showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Market is weak. All right, so keep an eye on this GRNA, guys. I mean, horrible 15-minute candle. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail, but basing right around this area now. And again, the next high looking left, I believe, was 404. So what did it get to? Got up to 380 something, 385. So the next high is 404. But also, of course, today's high is way up here. So it's got room. Let's see how active it still wants to be. So what I'm really interested in is something that's got a nice big percentage move here, okay? Like when we first saw that NRSN was, 10, 12, 15%. Okay. So I'm looking for something with a nice big percentage move. The GRNA at one point was like that also. Now, as things start to settle down a little bit, we're at the 10 o'clock mark now. Ooh, look at ATHA. I can't remember what happened here. I don't know if this is no, I just can't remember. But something happened to ATHA on this day, June the 22nd, hammered down, trying to recover a little bit. The high is 310. You can kind of see I'm going to stick an alert at around 312 and see if it takes that out. This is a bio, of course, so let's see if it can take out 312. This is kind of basing right here, and that is ATHA. If it does that, obviously a massive potential gap to fill. So just kind of biding my time right now, guys. There's the NRSN now through 3, so I'm totally out of it. Now, again, this is the first time I've really looked at the races when the market's been down. Okay, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of, obviously we had a great one with the NRSN early. And a lot of times these smaller ones, they don't really care what the market's doing. The China stock, NCTY, and NCTY, the next high looking left, not that far away, 196, so not interested. Okay, we have a minor disconnect in the market now. So this, is that right? The SPY is actually positive? How can that be? I'm looking at these candles here. Okay, so it's just very mildly negative. Okay. But a minor, well, right now the markets are kind of flat. The Dow's down just a little, SPY's down a little, Nas is down a little, Dow's up a little, should say. Okay, guys, we may be having a problem with our charts. Let me just check. Okay, can somebody confirm? I'm not getting these updating now. Not like they're supposed to be. Anybody else is having the same problems? Okay, so SGU, there is an issue. Okay. 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 Okay, so just be careful. If you're relying on our charts right now, just be careful. I'm going to try a reset connection, see if that helps at all. So far that is not helping. Okay, what is happening here? I'm hearing something over and over again, and that is MYPS on the way down. MYPS. Well, it might be the server. Might be depending on the server, I guess. Now, I should say this. If I click on the alert, this will probably be okay here. Okay here, but look at my thumbnail chart not updating. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. MYPS is just getting hammered here. MYPS, this is shortable for me also, but see, look at this. I mean, the SPY chart right there obviously is not, that cannot be correct. Well, maybe it is. I don't, but that's a green candle. It's impossible. Guys, I'm just, trying to converse with our development. I mean, I can see right now, if I click on an alert, it's fine, but I've got a bunch of thumbnail charts and they're just not moving. So I'll also look at the SPY. There's no way that that's happening. I may be wrong, but all right, DTIL. Now this is correct. I mean, I'm just looking, this price is correct, DTIL. If you look left, 167 is the next high, and then 177, and then 221. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room if it can get through that 177, and that is the DTIL. So yeah, the thumbnail charts are my thumbnails, SG, certainly are not. But if I do click on an alert, like I'm going to click on IFRX, that is the correct price, okay? However, I don't know what happens if I just leave it there. Okay, so they might have done something. They may have just done something. They as in development, I'm just looking here. I'm seeing now that finally moved the NRSN, which was stuck at 310. Now it looks like it is trying to catch up. Remember CRDO? I was mentioning this one this morning. This was just soaring higher here, got up to almost 14 and has dropped just about a couple of dollars now. CRDO. All right, MITQ guys, MITQ. Looking left, the next high is 166, so it's got a little bit of room, MITQ. All right, forget about GRNA, that is just taking a big header. Okay, I take it back. This is still not up, still not updating. Boy, look at ASAN, guys. ASAN through 20, big psychological level they get through ASAN. And the next low looking left is 1840. 1840, and that is ASAN. This market continues to be weak. That could be one to really watch as a short ASAN. Boy, CRDO just collapsing here, guys. CRDO just collapsing after that big pop. All right, guys, sorry, I am just, I'm, monitoring the development discussion, what, trying to figure out what is going on. Might just be a server. I don't know, because I don't know if it's widespread. Depends on the server you're on. All right, IFRX is starting to move. The next high looking left is 132. So in theory, this has got some room. IFRX, this is was winning or kind of winning a race at one point. So keep an eye on it. IFRX, guys. The longer it holds over $1, let's see. Friday, it got up to 110. Now, it had a huge fall for some reason. 130 right down to 75 cents right at the end of the day. That's that 345 candle. All right, guys, I'm just yeah. Look at I can't rely on my thumbnail though. What is Chewy doing? Did you say so much for the upgrades? But today anyway. Boy, CRDO just again just getting hammered down here. I don't see any specific news on it. I mean, it had that big pop up to 14, back down to 1165. Boy, I mean, this is taking out 1173. I think if I'm right, okay, 1150. 1150 looks like the next low looking left. If it takes that out, my goodness, the next low is underneath 10. And that is for the CRDO. Well, Mike, okay, for the NRSN, what I'm going to look at is maybe for a reclaim of $3 at some point during the day. So I'm going to stick an alert around 310 and see if it takes that out later on in the day. Okay. The pretty big pullback, but it's still above that pullback that happened in the pre-market. So it's still pretty, it's still pretty good. It looks like pretty good news and all. So we'll see if, and a lot of volume, of course, 55 million, only 6 million in the float, still up 65%. This is an ALS play. Okay, guys, DTIL, I just wish it weren't so close to $2. DTIL is still looking interesting, but it's pretty close. I mean, 177 is the next high looking left. After that, it is 221. And that is for the DTIL, not a low float, 50 million in the float. EVFM. I don't think I've seen that one today. EVFM. No, I'm sorry. Anything under a dollar, I'm not interested in, but that's just me, okay? Orange Blossom. I get this a question from the YouTube room. Very choppy on the 15, pretty choppy on the 5, choppy on the 15. I know, I mean, look, it had a fantastic run from 39 to 80, 83. I get it. But right now, unless it took out that high right there, I would not be interested. But even then, I usually don't take anything under a dollar. So I'm the wrong person. See if they had any news amid this. So this again is a Roe versus Wade stock, okay? So however you feel about that, that's why that Viru and a few other ones. Look at Viru now. Yeah, tough to commit to a long right now, guys, in my opinion. Well, the BNTC though, the BNTC still has a ton of room, 192. You guys have been talking about BNTC. See if there's any specific news on it. Can't remember why this surged the day it did. I think was this one of these companies saying they're going to do a stock buyback. Let me just see in our news. Yeah, I don't see the news on that BNTC. Well, okay, Orange. The only thing is, though, there are others who don't mind taking stocks under a dollar. That's all. So, all right, this is getting a little more interesting. The BNTC, it still has about 40 cents to that next high. A lot of volume coming in. And we're really winning this race. BNTC, look at this surge here. All right, guys. So I am going to. Wow, it's 10:30 already. So another fast morning. We have a resume now for SSRM. So if you are new to this trading room, welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic, and my name is Barry Enerson. And yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. So I will start off by putting my homepage link in. There's a lot of information on my homepage. Yeah, you're talking about Beyond Meat. Yeah, Beyond Meat just getting hammered. This is showing up on Zach's bottoming scan, potential bounce scan, I guess we'll call it. But look at the market. Look at the market. I want to have the market at least neutral. I don't want to see any more red candles moving down if I'm going to try to take a bounce. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. So if you click on my homepage link, there is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade Ideas. You click on Get Trade Ideas, show you how much Trade Ideas cost. Truth in Advertising, the only software you'll ever need. Okay. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. And we have 4 plans. So the premium annual is 2,000. Standard annual is 1,000 minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over the AI in a bit. But don't start off with an annual plan unless you absolutely know you want the program. You can just start off with a standard premium or premium on a monthly basis. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only. So just know that if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any point, if you decide, you know what, I wouldn't mind an annual, we'll honor the 15%. Okay, so there's no reason to take out an annual to start. And I just want to say that because people take out annuals not really understanding the program. They get a couple of months in and they want a refund, or they want some more time. Well, you got to look at our refund policy. So that's why I'm saying start off slowly. You can just start off with a monthly. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this. So let's get started. It takes you through, it's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos. It starts off with a download and installation, your first startup and login. All right, do that first. Do yourself a favor. Don't try to look at the software, trying to figure out what to do. Take the 30 minutes. I do a stock of the day video at noon. This is free. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. VIPS is the trade of the week this week. I would never have taken it looking at the way China was trading pre-market, but you never know. It could set up later, but it's a free service. All the education is here. So once you have done first of all, click on the user guide. So once you've done the getting started, then you can take a look at the channel bar. I'm going to go over the channel bar. A lot of scans that we've created there. The alert window and top list window. Okay, you should know what the differences are. And the other thing to really take a look at is the stock race. I'm going to get them to move this up to the top row. Okay, take a look at the stock racing, which I'm basically almost exclusively doing now to find my ideas during the day. And I'll go over that in a bit later. So daily support. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris Farley in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. I take a break between 12 and 1. So one of the other traders takes over, and today's Monday, so it should be Chris Farley there. He also will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. When I shut down the main trading room, you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for an hour. And of course, before I do take my break at noon, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Daily webinar. Just a second, one moment, please. Daily webinar. So today is, let's see, we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation this week. Okay, so the webinars this week are Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this great little course together. It's all free. So if you're new to trading, you really, really should take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock, or even if you're just looking for a refresher, or maybe even a different take on how you've been trading. Take a look at this. It's all free. And all the scans that I'm sharing are right here. Now I don't have my racing in there. I'm trying to figure out, what I'm going to do with that because, I make changes. Maybe there's subtle changes, but I do make some changes, maybe even on the fly. So really what I want you to do is you can take this, I can give you the link for this, but you should really examine how you want to race. Okay, understand how to use it. But these are the other scans. I'll watch Zach's bouncers and toppers. Again, I'm not really into looking at alert windows anymore. I mean, I'll have this one, the basic new highs and lows. I'll always keep an eye on that. And then for the pre-market, this is what I'm looking at. The pre-market is active up and down, the gap up and the gap down. Okay, but I'm really reducing the number of scans that I've got. So my advice, if you save my link, then you can take a look at my scans. You can take a look at the education. You can take a look at the Let's Get Started anytime you want. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you click from our toolbar though, if you click on New, and then click on Docked Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, so I would encourage you to take a look at the explosive winners. When you click on explosive winners, this is what my race is based on. I've made some changes, but this is what my race is based on. And you can take a look at this. And again, you can make changes also. One of the big changes I made was the minimum volume has to be 200,000 shares. Okay, as an example. But you can take a look at this, and if you like the idea of this race, all you have to do is right click, duplicate into a free floating window, and you'll see what happens. Basically, doing that takes it out of this layout. Now it's free floating, just like it says. Now you can save this to the cloud, right click, save or share to cloud, and you save it to the cloud. Okay, so now it's in your cloud. Why do you want to do that? Well, you shut this down. Because now you might want to go to another channel. Again, these are all theme-based channels. If I go to momentum channel, if you don't want to, completely abandon alert windows and all, that's fine. So here's a momentum channel that we've created. So right now, see PRPH, it's showing up because it's making a new high. We're really, really good at creating scans and showing if you're like real-time alerts. So this is a momentum. So all you have to do, if you want to see what it's looking for, any scan at all, including mine, you just right click, configure, summary. Okay, and you see right here, these are the filters. So in this particular scan, the stock has to be between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day, 100,000 shares minimum, etc. All these filter requirements have to be met, and if they are, and a stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we're seeing PRPH. Okay. Now, if you wanted to make a change, in other words, maybe you didn't like this price range, so you just click on the icon, and you see where it says price 1 to 50. If you want to make a change, 10 to 100, as an example. You just make the change. You can click on the summary. You see how it is now changed to 10 and 100. You can say OK. So 2 things. If you like the scan the way we've created it, in other words, the price range and minimum volume, etc., you can just save it to the cloud, or you can make a change and then save it. First, though, remember, you've got to right click and get it out of the layout. Duplicate into a free floating window. And here it is. And now you save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, save it. So what I'm really just trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels. You can start extracting scans that you might like. duplicate it into the free floating window, save it to the cloud. Then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout without actually knowing how to create a layout in the first place. Or I'm sorry, a scan in the first place. Okay? Try to make it very easy. TBLT. This one was from a big mover on Friday. Got up to $4. Look at it move now, guys. It's at the not quite the pre-market high. Pre-market high is 335, but look at TBLT moving now. So what I really, again, I'm going to, constantly emphasize this, why I like this window, the racing window. It gets me to concentrate really just on one window for the day. Yeah, you'll hear me talk about Zach scans, but look how many alerts you get. Hardly any. Okay. I mean, today anyway, not too many alerts. So I'm not really deviating too much from this. A lot of these that are in here probably are showing up in the racing, the basic new highs and low. Well, not the lows, but the new highs. So I'm able to just concentrate on one window. I call it a great hybrid look because for me, it kind of combines the best of alert windows and top list windows into one. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Again, I'm not trying to, you don't, if the racing idea doesn't appeal to you, that's fine. I would give it a shot though. I mean, I held out for the longest time. But if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, so instead of summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So all of these icons that you see here, when you see the icons that look like this, these are real-time alerts. These are real-time alerts. And if I scroll down to these icons, these are the filters. So in 2003, when the company started, they decided that, or they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So they've tried to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Of course, you don't have to learn them all. I only use a handful of them. That's it. But obviously, we had to create enough of them because there are all sorts of different training styles out there. So we created enough of them that most of our customers could find a way to combine them to give them a type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but do not get hung up on how many we have. Now, if you have our premium service, then you have access to our AI. This is what I would do. I would make it super simple. Click on new from our toolbar, click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is what you'll see. Okay. And I've sorted it on any profitable trades. I don't care about anything that is not. I don't even know if there are any others. Yeah, there's some others. A couple got stopped out already. I use this when I can, pay more attention to it. I use this like a watch list. That's all it is for me. Chandru, give me one moment and I'll explain. Okay, Chandru. So I use it like a watch list. You're presented an entry, you have a stop. How you trade this will be up to you. So here's one RGP. 2080 was the potential entry, suggested entry. Okay, that's all it is. And then here's your stop. Here's a short for Dish, 1875, 1865 right now. Nothing fantastic on either of them. But you never know. Later on, these could start moving. How you trade them will be up to you. There's no video that's going to say, here's how you should use the AI. Okay, so the question from Chandru was, how do I set up a race with my own watch list? Okay, Well, okay, you're talking about a watch list of stocks that you're looking at, correct? Like you want to just look at your own watch list, like a symbol list? Okay. So a couple of things, okay? Have you ever created a watch list before in trade ideas? So that's a yes. Okay, so I don't have to direct you to that. Have you ever attached your watch list to a top list window to monitor it? No. Okay. So the first thing you have to do is create a top list window, okay? And let me just show you in a moment. So here's a top list window. You have to create a top list window, and then and you put some columns in here, because you see you can have the race based on whatever column header. In other words, you want it to change from the open, you want it to change from the close, you want it on the relative volume. Okay, I'm running this race on the biggest gainers from the open, and I'll explain that. But the first thing you have to do is create a top list window, okay? And how you want to monitor your symbol list, your watch list. Once you say you've created it, so you right click, configure, and then go to symbol lists. Now, if your watch list is not in this left-hand column right now, you have to go and find it by clicking on Add Existing List, and then you'll find it. If you've not created very many of them, you'll see it immediately. Okay, and then you just click on it, like left click on it, and it'll move over here. Oh, so you have to see your watch list in this column. Once you see it in that column, then this is just a drop down menu, and you pick only the following lists, and you check it. Okay, you check it. And so that means what you've basically done is now you've attached your symbol list, watch list, to that top list window. Okay, does this all kind of making sense? I mean, it's all in the guide, but I want to does that all make sense though? Okay, now that is attached to your top list window, now you can create your race. Now, have you created a race before? Now, I'm also want to direct you to the user guide, because what I'm saying, I mean, you're listening to me now, but you should have a reference to go back. Okay, so for instance, if you go again, click on my home page, and then click on the education section. Click on the user guide, and then scroll down to where you see TI stock race. So there are a couple of videos and there's a lot of text. It explains, how you create your own stock race. But I'll show you, how I can create one from my top list window. But because you're going to forget stuff. Okay, I forget stuff. Every time I have to go to the guide every now and then too. So to start a race, now that you've got your top list window, you've got the columns that you want, maybe you've attached, you don't have to, of course, but if you attach your symbol list to it, now you right click, launch the real-time stock race. And here it is. Okay. So the race lanes, if you want more than 10, you just have to expand this window, and then you can see 10 is probably okay, but you see I'm able to get up to 24. Now, your minutes to run, that'll be up to you. How long do you want a race to run? Because remember, when the race is over, another one will start almost immediately. It'll be in about 10 seconds before another race will start. I'm racing on 4 minutes. I pick 4 minutes. There's no right or wrong. Okay, so that'll be up to you. Now, here's the big one. Based on the change from the close, you'll see that this is a drop down. So here's how you can run your race based on whatever you want. Now, this is based on the change from the open. Okay, so every column header that you have, you can run the race on. That's why I'm saying make sure you have a column header when you create your top list, how you want to run your race. I can't tell you how you want to run your race, but it's a drop down and you just pick how you want to run it. Okay, so pick change from the open. Now, here's the key one, sort on. Another drop down, pick delta value. Okay, that'll give you the change. That'll ensure that the one that's winning the race is right on the top. Okay, now you can show company logos. And now I can't remember if on your version you can do that yet. Otherwise, you'll have just the race car. I can't remember on the beta that's available to you guys, if that's an option. But if it is, and you want the company logos instead of, the race cars, then that's up to you. Okay, you can show the logos. Okay, great. So the last one, great. And then auto rerun. I think that's what you're going to want to do, auto rerun, because what that means is when the race is over, another one will start immediately. Well, within reason. It takes about 10 seconds for the next race to start. Okay, but that'll get you going. How you want to see how your watch list is arranged and how the race is running, that obviously that'll be up to you. And don't forget to save your race to the cloud. Once you've constructed your race, right click, save or share to cloud, save it to the cloud. All the work you've done to create the race, you don't want to accidentally, click on the X or, don't save your, first of all, this should be part of your layout, save your layout, but people make mistakes sometimes. So make sure you save every individual scan, everything you save to the cloud. Yeah, no problem. And I'll, just make sure. And you can also go to, if you've forgotten about attaching a symbol list to a top list, of course you can attach it to an alert window too. But if you're trying to create a race is always created from a top list. And again, I look at it like this. I call the racing kind of a hybrid. It takes the best of both worlds from alert windows and top list windows, combining it into this format. One of the things, I'm not, well, I'll use the term not very good at, but you see, all of my alert windows are all based on making new highs or new lows for the day. So unless the stock makes a new high or a new low, I won't see it. But with this racing, what can happen is, like right now, DTIL, I'm just going to use it as an example. If I wanted to see DTIL in the scans that I have created, this would have to take out $1.78. Now at $1.74, it's not that far away. But imagine, I don't have an example that I can show you, but imagine if DTIL pulled, let me get a big chart up so it'll make this really, really obvious, because you can use the races for pullback plays and things. Yeah, see my thumbnail chart really it's out of whack. I mean, look at the SPY, that's what it really is. So, but let's just say for argument's sake, this is a SPY. There was the high of the day right up here. Imagine though this is a stock, but if you like to trade the SPY, that's fine. So imagine right there is the high of the day, 391. And I constructed an alert window based on stocks making new highs of the day. Well, look what happened. So here, the SPY pulled back and it kind of based here. I mean, there's some topping tails and all, but if you look at the body of these candles, kind of based here, and then it started to move. Probably This would have, if I'd been, the SPY is one of the ones that I've been tracking, that probably would be winning a race right now based on this move. But I would never see it because all of my scans are based on making a new high of the day. But it could show up on my race, and then I can look at this, go, not bad. It's coming out of a bit of consolidation. I might want to trade it. Okay, this is something I don't do. I don't usually trade anything unless it's near the high or the low of the day. So this is opening up another opportunity for me to trade things that maybe have been consolidating a bit and then starting to move, rather than having to wait for it to get a new high for the day. And remember, this is all real time. So when we see that price right there, I mean, that's real time. All right, guys, let's see what else is happening now. I'm just looking, biding my time. Boy, that AERC. This is a pretty spectacular move, guys, based on the news this morning on it, doing a financing at 10, getting hammered down almost to that 10 level, 1017, I guess it got to. And then what a rally. Now, again, just because a stock is winning a race, you understand, doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. It's like anything else. I'm going to look, I'm going to click on the alert and see what's happening. So, for instance, CLNN. So I look at that, and what do I see? 405 is the 200-day. I mean, it's kind of far enough away. It's 50 cents away. So, I mean, I suppose there's a little bit of room. Okay. I wish it weren't up here. I wish it were more of a clean shot up to the 434 mark. But it's always, I always still have to analyze, and unfortunately my SPY chart is all messed up. Let me see if I click on it, because I'm always also wanting to see, what is happening with the overall market. You mean Chewy? Jamie, are you talking about? Yeah, so I mean, it had a nice recovery. So it had a pricing or a price target, $55 price target put on by Needham. I mean, got it was $40 pre-market, but there's that opening candle, basically fell with the market. I mean, it's trying to recover a little bit. I suppose, I mean, if it could take out 38, 38.40 or something, which is the high of that right around this area, it maybe it gets going, but it's already had a pretty decent bounce, a dollar bounce. Oh, I see. You heard my dog bark. Oh, okay. Why it's picking that up? My dog's voice sounds like mine. With this noise canceling, it shouldn't be picking it up, but give me a moment, please. They're still working, trying to work with our development guys just to see what's happening here. What am I on here? In 5.5. Okay, I'm going to shut this down. They've asked me to see if it still happens when I shut down Brokers Plus. Make sure I save this as default. All right, let's see if this clears it up. Let's do a reset. Oh, thank you, SG. Okay, you might have been talking to. All right, guys, let's take a look at anything else that is. There's a TBLT, the TBLT. I think I put an alert up here at 3. No, actually, that's wrong. I put an alert. I should put an alert around 3 and see if it takes it out later. Because if it does, then the next high looking left is almost 4. But right now, I'm just kind of sitting my hands. I'm not really seeing anything that is really wanting me to take a trade right now. Look at Edge, you guys. EDU, boy, this is 1825 is the next low looking left, and then 1631. This could be all, I mean, EDU had a tremendous run from about 1075 all the way up to 2379 in like 2.5 weeks or so, maybe 3 weeks. You hit the high over here on June 15th, but it's been basically sliding since. China stock, of course, wasn't really trading with, in my opinion anyway, with the rest of the China stocks. It's kind of on its own. SRRK. Morning, Zach. I haven't seen any posts from you. So SSRK, let's yeah, I mean 869 is, or 880 something or other. 878 is the next high looking left. A lot of volume coming in. Now, yeah, it is shortable. It is shortable for me. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. No, no news on that one today that I can see. It's not showing up in your topping. Whereas AMC did. Wow. I'm afraid to look at what GME did. Last time I saw it was about 134 or so. Huh. So AMC is kind of trading not in tandem with GME. All right, SRRK, keeping a close eye on this one to see if this is a bit of capitulation here. Well, your scan is telling us to buy EDU. Zach, EDU, or alerted to the possibility of buying EDU. Right here, I'm showing it right here, EDU, 1838, 1829. And Beyond was earlier, 2431, that did not really bounce. And SIGA, 1113. Yeah, so I mean, with the WHO coming out and saying, you know what, monkeypox is just not going to be, well, I should say an issue. I don't mean an issue, but they're basically saying, here's the headline here. After the WHO said monkeypox is not an international health emergency. Now that's today. Yeah, I don't think you can set and that's just not brokerage plus or any broker. You cannot, and as far as I know, unless something has changed, you cannot set a stop loss. Okay, you have to be manually exiting. Okay, Bing, and I think that's virtually any broker, unless somebody wants to tell me differently. And by the way, try to keep those sort of questions. I know you're new and welcome to the off topic. Okay, but welcome, Bing. So you have to be watching that trade. You have to be, it's you go like a limit. I actually show, well, the VIPS in the simulator I took this trade in the simulator before the market opened, just to show how you do it. And so you cannot go in at market. You have to go in at a limit price. And I think the same thing with a stop. I don't believe you can put an auto stop in. Yeah, I asked him. It's okay, Denver. I asked him. Unless something is, unless some broker out there can do that, I'm not aware of a broker that can do that. Now, if you're new to trading, be careful about trading in the pre-market. Okay, so SRRK is still moving higher. So what was your expectation on this one, Zach? Going long or waiting for that a place to short it? Ooh, I think there were a lot of shares that just got snapped up. Oh, long. Okay, well, I'm maybe a little too late then. There are only 40,000. I could have sworn there were 200,000 when I looked. But SSRK is yeah, was winning a race here. So there's the BNTC. So now let's take a look at the BNTC. Obviously pretty active. Has won 5 races today. Maybe, if the market is starting to, but I can't tell if this is correct anymore. The SPY 390. Yeah, I think I'm still, something's going on with the server I'm on anyway. It may not be widespread, but the server I'm on anyway is just, there's just something going on. They're aware of it. All right, look at ACER. Now the same thing. Boy, this would have been an awesome short. What I'm going to have to start doing is, because I really just want to run the races on the winners, like the ones changed from the open. Right now, if I run the biggest losers from the open, I think the system slows down a little too much. They're going to be revising and revamping things. So I just want to run the one race. I have two, but that's this one is very limited in terms of the number of symbols. But I should be paying a lot more attention to the 10-day daily breakdown, especially when the market is a bit of a down day. So there was the MYPS at 463. I mean, nothing unbelievable, but 449 now. The MAPS at 395. That was an all-time low. Yeah, I mean, hasn't moved a huge amount. Then the SSRM 616, 1616. What did it get it down to? Yeah, I'm not sure. This got halted. It got down to 1475. I'm not sure if you could have got it here. Maybe it's 1616 before. I think it got halted at 1570, I guess. All right, so 11 o'clock, though, we got a bit of a reversal here. All right, guys. This SRRK is looking to me interesting on a short. I missed it. I missed where I wanted to get it. Wanted to get it at 7:46, so I'm a little bit late. I suppose I could still take it now. 694, around 7, looks like there's decent support. Acer on the move, guys. Acer on the move. ACER, ACER. All right, guys, I am. Oh, look at Weber. Weber, WEBR. Well, actually, is that right? I'm looking at it, I have a thumbnail. Actually, it looks like that is the right price. So Weber is giving it up. I mean, it's been on a steady decline. All right, DTIL is still kind of active here. DTIL, the next high again is 177. It's just too close. If it can get through that though, 221. 221. So if I can get through that, I'm going to stick an alert around 179 for DTIL. See if we can clear that. And then the next high is, far enough away on a percentage basis. By the way, I mean, it's hard, I was trying to point that out, but the CLNN, it was winning a race, and all of a sudden you saw a big red streak. And what that means is, yeah, it was winning, and then all of a sudden it pulled back. Yeah, too bad. This CLNN does look interesting though, but my problem is that 200-day moving average. It's not that far away. 405 is not that far away. How's that CGRNA doing? After it pulled all the way back, yeah, it's dead. Well, DNAY, again, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, on a percentage basis, 245, the next high is 290. Goldman actually put a buy recommendation on Hood this morning with a price target, not like obviously not a huge price target though, 950 a share. So it's very annoying, guys, with this SPY being stuck for me. Well, you can kind of see that BNTC, if it can take out, say, that 152, it might have a run in it. It can, the high is 170, which is, fairly close. But assuming it takes up 152 and keeps wanting to move, if it can take out that high of today, then 192 is the next high looking left. So I mean, it's not tremendous, but I guess just something to keep an eye on. Isn't this a Kathy Woodstock? 290 isn't DNA a Kathy Woodstock? Oh yeah, I can use my IB chart for sure. No question, I can use it, but I have a bunch of thumbnail charts that just aren't upgrading, and I don't want to create a bunch of IB charts. They'll fix it, but yeah, you're right. I can use my broker's charts if I was really desperate. Thing is, when I click on an alert, this is real time, and I have a feeling these are upgrading. It's now there's Chewy guys taking out maybe an interesting level right here. CHWY. Oh, I see. Just for the SPY. Yeah, I guess I could. Yeah, just keeping it on my other. All right, guys. A leveraged one? There is a short, you know that. I'm sure you know that. But you're talking about what, a three timer? Well, I'm sure you know this. I mean, this is SARC. You want a short arc, you buy this. Is TARC even a more arc is two times? Okay, thank you. How about bark? BARK. What are you doing? All right, guys, I'm getting a little distracted here. I'm just going to start to pay more attention. So AMC now, what's the next high looking left? The next high looking left, 1322, 1353. So this has got a little bit of room to the 1353 mark, and that is AMC. All right, guys, it's 11:30. I just want to confirm it'll be Chris in our YouTube room when I take my break at noon. Keep an eye on BNTC, guys. I've got a price alert. BNTC, I do have a price alert right around this 152 mark. You can just kind of see it's consolidating pretty nicely right around that area. And if it pops through on volume, this could get it running again. Oh, that was a nice one, Zach. That was a nice one from your scan. I'm just looking at it now. I should have paid more attention to it. The IKNA. IKNA bounced from 484, and it really didn't get below that very much. In fact, not at all. It might have been pretty quickly back up to 5, but even then, I mean, that's a nice bounce. Edu had a little bit of a bounce, not huge. Yeah, Beyond Meat, a little bit of a bounce, not huge. Well, guys, CLNN, I mean, it's look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, if it pops through this four, which 405 is the 200-day moving average, I mean, see if there's any news to participate in a panel discussion about innovations in ALS. So that was the reason for the big pop for this morning for NRSN. NRSN is an ALS drug. Okay, one moment, please. No, excuse me. I just realized I was on mute. So I was just saying the CLNN, that's what prevented me. The right at that 200-day did not take it out in any great fashion. But what I've done is I put an alert back up there, see if it takes it out later on. That's for the CLNN. So yes, a confirmation. It is Chris in our YouTube room today. So that'll be at about noon. So before I take my break between 12 and 1, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there and listen to Chris for about an hour. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the IB chart. Good suggestion from a trade a day in our YouTube room. Got to shrink it just a little bit. Now, maybe I'll just leave it over. Well, I mean, if you took it, you have a stop, okay? You have a stop. I don't know. It's a 20 SMA. I can't tell you if it hit that, but it is a 20 on the 20 SMA in the daily chart. I don't have it up here, so that was your stop if you actually did take it. Looks like it was. Yeah, I mean, I can't tell. I don't have my 20 SMA on a daily chart, but if you have the 20 SMA in your daily chart and it hit it. But remember, it's a close. Now, how you trade it is going to be up to you. For instance, I know, I mean, in the email, the suggested entry was 1125. So yes, it did trigger. I would have not taken it right off the bat because what the rest of the China stocks seem to be doing. K-Web was certainly falling. So, but okay, let's say you took it, but you have a stop. The only issue I've got with the way the stop is that it's looking for a close. So you got to wait for that daily candle to close. No way in the world would I do that. I mean, you have to have some, no, and I'm just talking in general. You have to have some common sense, obviously. So I don't know where the 20 SMA is. I don't have it here. There's a 10 SMA, is that 1012. But let's just say that 10 SMA is at, I don't know, 10, $10. And that stock hit $10 and it kept moving down. Now it's at 9, now it's at 8. Now I'm not going to wait for the end of the day for it to be at $5, to sell it, if that makes sense. So even though it says do not let the price of VIPs close below. But I mean, you have to have some, I guess, some common sense when you analyze something like that. Yeah, I should be putting my $1 price target, not price target, my $1 alert for it. Just out of curiosity, CLNN, I know it's an AI short. Who has shorts for that? IB doesn't. How about E-Trade? Does E-Trade have shorts for CLNN? Well, guys, I mean, the market has put in a nice little rally. So, William, do you have shorts available for E-Trade at E-Trade for CLNN? Just out of curiosity. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Well, your SRRK, they pull back to not actually it wasn't a big pull, but wasn't that big a pullback. 723. Because I always ask the question about shorts being available at IB or E-Trade because if you're using Brokerage Plus and you get an alert and you attach it to your IB or E-Trade account, you can't trade it. You can't take the short. That's the reason I ask. Okay, LXRX is kind of interesting, guys. I mean, it's a high, of course. Looking left, though, it's taken out that high of 209 on the run a little bit. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 274, so that is far enough away. The next high on the weekly chart is 233, so it's got a little bit of room, 233, and then that 258, so it's got a little bit of room. So it's on the move. It was at the top here, didn't win the race, but it was certainly on the move here. LXRX. All right, guys. So don't lose sight of the NRSN. No, just what I would do is just stick an alert at $3, just over three, maybe 289. Just see if it starts to get. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. Just see if it starts to get some enthusiasm back. Okay, and that is the NRSN. It seems to be trying to crawl off the bottom, making higher lows on the 15-minute chart. All right, guys. Well, I am not really seeing too much that's of tremendous interest to me. The LXRX, sort of. Now watch the CLNN. I mean, if it pops through that 200-day moving average and really starts to move, the only issue is 434 is the next high, but it could really, I guess it could really start to move. See if there's any specific news on them today. I don't see any. Okay, guys, 11:49, so getting close to my break. Yeah, Casa, that's obviously correct regarding CLNN and the NRSN. All right, the BNTC doesn't look like it wants to take out that 150, so still have my alert set up here, but it doesn't look like it wants to do that. Love to see a brand new one come in here somewhat, like a brand new one that hasn't been alerted before. That looks like, with a big percentage winning the race, big percentage. Just kind of wait for it. It may not happen, but CMRX. Let's take a look at CMRX. But is that a monkeypox play? Yeah, so monkeypox is sort of in disfavor today, but okay. All right, so I had an alert, DTIL, I had an alert set up here for it for some reason. That's right, taking out that high. So, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, guys. DTIL, it's got some room, 221. I'm not seeing a lot of continuation in these today. Witness NRSN. NRSN, a little bit disappointing, in my opinion. I mean, it was great right off the bat, but I actually thought it would kind of hold that 3 level and maybe bounce off that, but not even close. Another one that's moving a little bit is the NCTY. NCTY moving a little bit here. Just can't get too enthused about these moves today. Sorry, it's on mute. There you are.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, hold on. I can't hear you, but I think I switched my speakers around is the problem.
And what I'm going to do, Chris, for
There we
you.
go.
Okay, Chris, I'm just going to put the YouTube link in the main room so they can head over there.
Very, very good. Oops, making the switch on the screens. And we're ready to rock and roll.
Okay, my friend, we'll see you maybe around 5 to 1, okay?
Sounds like a plan. Have a good break, Barry.
Okay, thanks.
So let's see. We got
Hey
Monday.
guys, Chris is in the YouTube room now. If you want, wow.
Barry just muted him just in case. And he's saying, wow, wonder what he's wowing. Oh, it could be Laser. LASR is making quite the move right now. So we got a slightly up day in the market. Iris, how are you? Happy Monday to everybody. Full trading week ahead here. Let's see. We're on the 27th of June, so we got a couple of weeks till earnings season starts. That's always exciting. Setting a timer here, and if you folks have any questions, start firing those away for me. Of course, I will do my best to keep this informative and moving. Mike, see what's happening. All right, there we go. Get myself a cool glass of water. Important to stay hydrated in these summer days. So let's see, AMC making some noise today. That's always interesting. And apparently my scans all want to freeze again. Well, as the saying goes, sometimes it just be like that. Yeah, AERC also been on this scan here all day long. All right, there we go. And we're rocking and rolling again. Quite a break here, yeah. Let's see, so gap down, reversed. Got this level to get through. I'm gonna guess that's fairly significant. And I mean, if it gets through there, we see the moves this thing can make. So I would say 18 isn't out of the realm of possibility. Of course, will it get there? Who knows? For all I know, runs into resistance right here and falls right back down to 12. But certainly worth noting. As most of you full well know, I do not like to trade from about 11:45 my time in the morning till 2:30, 2:45. So will be nothing that I'm looking at there. Other items of note: SRRK, a gap up and go off of that. That's pretty hefty looking there. We can see some big action here the other day. So we have some accumulation going on from some institutions or something. You know, you never know. Gets through this area right here, you know, start to maybe climb towards that 10 area. That would be on our data provider. That would come from, I believe, FactSet, not NextCore. I don't know how the math into any of that works, though. Sorry, Orange. But we don't do that calculation ourselves. That calculation comes in from our data provider. Some of the calculations we do by, you know, bringing in price and volume and essentially creating a lot of those filters, but we don't create data like that we take from the, you know, it's reported from the exchanges to our provider and then forwarded to us is how that works. So yeah, SRRK, certainly an interesting chart here. Let's see, HMTV. That's interesting. I just got to wonder, was this some kind of buyout maybe? And then something else is happening here, perhaps. Not really sure on that one. CDEV, this is, yeah, oil and gas. So easy come, easy go. Struggled around that green line there, right back down. It seems like this red line's got it in for it right now. So I think energy was up so far today. Is that right? I'm not making that up, am I? Yeah. So energy's up on the day. Like I said, I backed away from being an energy bull. And that's no comment on whether or not energy prices will go up or not. I still think energy prices go up. But, this is a big line right here. If the XOP can hold this, chance that we see a recovery back up towards the upper levels that it was just recently on. If not, adios, I feel like. My issue with energy is that the government is involved and they're talking about price caps on oil and things like that. And I know a lot of people that don't understand basic economics thinks that's great. But if you look through history, never once has a government got involved with the pricing of anything and made the solution, and the solution made things better. It's always made it much, 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 much worse till it broke beyond any sort of repair. So let's just hope that doesn't happen. Well, I would love energy prices to come down myself. Basic economics are all that's happening there. The XLE, look at that as well. So same thing, not really seeing a bounce that makes me feel anything warm here. See, that's a kind of a line for the XLE right here. Generally speaking, when the government gets involved in something, yes, generally speaking, it makes the price go down. If they're deregulating, then prices, generally stock prices will go up on something they're deregulating. If they're regulating, prices will go down. That's the general rule of thumb. Markets are supposed to be quote unquote free, and without getting into all that kind of stuff, whether markets are free and price discovery, all that stuff like that's a whole other tale. But as soon as governments start getting involved, you have even less free markets. And why would I invest in a non-free market? So, anyways, that's the XLE right there. I would say that's a big deal. That line right there. And again, if it can hold these lines, both the XLE and the XOP, then perhaps we get to move back up. But I think there's a lot of uncertainty and, a lot of mixed messages. Stop drilling for oil, climate change, no more oil. And at the same time, voters are going to make their concerns heard with what they're paying, not just at the pumps, but, you're talking about people's heating bills across the globe and across the northern hemisphere, the entire northern hemisphere, being up to 4 times more expensive than they were last winter when they were already crazy last winter. So you better believe going to be some pushback on that. But those don't really concern charts. My concern is the charts. And, these charts are under pressure. Energy charts are under pressure for sure. Let's continue to mess around here and move through. IKNA. There's nothing interesting to me on that chart. Teva. Again. It's made its move kind of already. I'm not sure that I'd want to get involved in here. It's up 5% at this point. But early on, nice move off that, plenty of time to have looked at that and seen. Hymax. Same thing here, had a nice move early on, starting to run into this right here. So again, not going to be for me, plus declining volume for now. And like I said, we're in this time of the day. I don't trade that time of the day. EDU closed below 1833 on 5-minute candle. I would be out on my long side idea. EDU. Ah, you're right on it. You're sitting on it, Mike C. Heck of a run, though, right? That's a big level. Do you trade options? Any tips? I do not trade options. I know very little other than the very, 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 very basics of options. Center. What I look for, as far as the unusual options go, I would first look to see if we're near earnings. Because if we're near earnings, obviously options are going to be higher as you get closer to earnings. Options action will rise significantly on most stocks. So if that's the case, then I don't think there's a whole lot to read into there, unless you're trying to read earnings reports and forecast and do things like that, which is not anything I'm involved in whatsoever. But if you see, some significant options increases in a stock and we're really not near earnings, then that would imply someone knows or suspects something. To what side they know or suspect it, I wouldn't know how to discern that. I would just play the chart at that point. If you've got a chart that has some kind of long-term trend intact either way, and you start to see an increase in options volume not near earnings, then I would suspect that a break further along on that trend in that direction, whatever it happens to be, up or down, is plausible. I won't say likely, but definitely plausible. That's what I would I'd point to with that. And currently, no, that's it on the ME. There's no shorter term bull flag scan in the ME. Sorry to say. I would suggest, I haven't done this in a while, but for those of you who've been here a ton, I always suggest an outside the box thinking on scanning. So here's a bull flag scan that's actually made by Andy, and obviously nothing's on there, of course not. Let me share this out and we'll go over what I mean by outside the box thinking. So I'm going to share this, and then anybody that likes to follow along can do so. And I think this is a great exercise for people that are still trying to discover how to build scans and, ways around things. So in this scan here, Andy took these sets of filters, and I'm going to more highlight some of the specific filters that are more related to the bull flag scan. So, but I'm going to go over all the filters, but I'll spend more time on what really creates this to be a bull flag on the daily, and then why it's an outside the box thinking. So he put this EPS hack in here just to keep out ETFs. All right. And he put a price range in here. That was the price range he wanted to work with. All right. So those are the first notable things. And then he also added this composite rating score that him and Michael had created. It's mostly on technical analysis, but there are some fundamental filters that are built into it just to try to keep some quality names in here. All right. And he wanted to make sure that we were looking at kind of liquid stocks. So 10-day average volume's got to be at least 300,000 on the day. All right. So that covers the non-actual flag part of the scan. Now, on this, he decided that the range of the last 5 days had to be 1 and 5%. And that's basically trying to give us this flag. All right. The pull, all right, comes from a change in 10 days, saying that it's got to be up 3% over the last 10 days. And we've got to be up from the previous day's close. And what am I missing? And we got to be above 75% above the low of the previous day's range. And so that's what gives us our flag, essentially, our pull and our flag, essentially. And so he just used those simple filters to create that scan. Now, is it perfect? No. But if you can find someone that does perfect pattern recognition, they're probably not a retail supplier on these kinds of things. Now, what I want to do is go to a historical date, and let's see if we can bring up, so 27. Let's go to the 24th and see if there's anything here on the 24th around this time. And not so much. Probably going to be hard to find some bull flag setups. Let's try another date. Let's go to the 23rd. All right, let's take a look at ES. So this was coming in on the 23rd. Interesting. It was right after it stopped having data. Let's try this. Okay, perhaps my charts are giving me a hard time. All right, I'm on a test server right now, so my daily charts are giving me a hard time on this, but it's missing the last couple days data that where the flag came in, but we can see the pull that's happening here. So what I'm trying to show with this exercise here is that using range and position and range filters, essentially, he created a scan. These filters exist on different time frames too, so you're not stuck on these daily time frames. All right, you can change in the last 5 minutes, for example, or change in the last 30 minutes. So you can use that as a template and then go through these different time frames for change and range, because these are the big filters that were involved in making this on some different time frames intraday, and you can kind of back engineer building a scan like that yourself. So hopefully that enlightens you all a little. Bounce play from Zach Scanner. So let me know, Orange Blossom, if you have any questions, or anybody else has questions on that exercise that I just went over there on that kind of workaround for building your own bull flag scanner. All right, let's continue to move along here. BORR, some more energy. So some more energy getting a bounce here. You got well, I'll call that a wedge because they're not moving in towards each other. To be a wedge, it would need to be more moving in towards each other like this. These are kind of pretty. So we want to go with candles. Wedge-ish. Not enough for me, though, for a descending wedge. But generally, they do resolve that way, which would mean bullish energy. Oh, don't say that, Orange Blossom. It just, those are things that take time. That's not something that jumped out at me in my first, I'll say, year plus of using the software. So, give yourself time on something like that, all right? Those things, they come in time, those things. All right, BORR, WTI. Again, so more energy bounces, perhaps. Coal, trying to kind of defend this level here, coal is. So let's see what that brings us next. Got these kind of two rounded bottoms on top of each other. So one can make an argument, higher low there. HUSA. Not really a whole lot to comment there, I don't think. Continues with declining volume. Not very interested there. And get some more energy. Very hard to get. Very hard to get behind that chart. And not really a liquid stock there. All right, well, that's that. So EVFM, not FC, FM radio. Ah, yes, an extra cheapie. Filled right up into it. Yep. Interesting, interesting. Nothing like 150, 160% gain on the day. Crazy volume. Look at that volume. Holy mackerel. Not my cup of tea, but certainly worth noting. It's just the algorithms. They were met on both sides. Let me look here. Haven't looked at Holly today. Holy cow, that's a lot of alerts from Holly. So what are we saying? CLNN. Interesting. That's very interesting, and both are up from the entry prices. I mean, all it really means is that you had two strategies here: separation from the eights and Nickelback, and both those strategies algorithms were met. I wouldn't read anything more into it than that. Take a look at the charts. Interesting. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't read anything more into it than other than two strategies. I would suspect they have some similarities actually in their filters, and then the alerts are probably going to digress. Whatever alerts attached to it. So perhaps one has a new high on the day, and maybe one's got some kind of 15-minute low, perhaps, or something like that. I don't have a way to look inside Holly and see what the settings are like that. But that's all I'd look at it. Yeah, I mean, if you're around long enough, Central, you'll definitely see that a few times here and there. I can't tell you how many times I've seen it, but definitely, more than a dozen times over the years. And I was a fairly early adopter of Holly. The basic idea of a bull flag is a move higher and then stock begins to trade sideways. Your plays take a break above the sideways action. Well, a flag actually should be a move higher and then a move counter direction to the move higher, like this. It shouldn't be directly sideways. If it goes sideways, that's more of a pennant. And usually you want to see them kind of consolidate the price action versus a flag should look like this. That's a big difference between the two of them. And then, depending, everybody's got a different outlook on how to do it, but a break of the upper part of the flag for many is a signal to buy. Some people want to see a break of the pole. Both are, viable entry, quote unquote, considered entries via CMT definitions and confirmations, but not just a break. You'd want to see, depending on the time frame, you'd want to see a break and a close above the level, a close of the candle above the level, whether you're looking at 5 minutes or 15 minutes, 30 minutes daily, so on and so forth. So that would be what, what someone that's, CMT or looking for confirmation, CMT, anybody that's doing CMT is really looking to drill down in the technician type stuff. You want to see trend and confirmation of trend. And confirmation is a close and then an open above a level, whatever that level of interest is. So on a pennant, it would be a resolve of the price action moving back highway after consolidating, and on a flag, it would be either a break of the upper flag or a break of the pole. Either one are considered viable entry levels. I really don't short much, Jamie. I did most of my shorting. I did when the market was getting torn apart in, let's say, through February of 2020 through April of 2020. When we had those big moves up and down and things like that, and it looked like there was a big topping pattern. And I was doing some shorting then, and that's really the extent of my shorting. I mean, I shorted a little bit here and there leading into that, but not very often. I started to take a few short positions back in December of last year, of 2021, here and there. And then once I kind of got into these races for on the long side, I just haven't found the need to short. It's a different mechanic. It's a different mechanism. I would never swing short. And even when I'm day trading, I'm still considering swing trades in my day trades, depending on how I share size and things like that. So, long story long, I really don't do much shorting. Gel, that's interesting. That's a energy. Again, these just feel like some relief bounces after getting slaughtered in energy. So SPY is feeling a little top heavy. 390 seems to be a big level of resistance here. Bring that up. Yeah, I mean, any shorting I ever do, which isn't a lot, is intraday for sure. I am no Hindenburg research putting on heavy short positions or what's his name, Barry or Michael Barry or whoever that was, the big short guy. A big level right here on that SPY. Really big level up to that gap fill. Remember, gaps like to be filled. So this is going to be whatever the filters that I'm racing on. I think this race I'm racing on a 5-minute change. That's that. And I believe this is change from open, that number there. Not I believe. That's what it is. Let me rephrase that from I believe. And that's that. Sorry, just hopping around some discussions that are going on. Always like to stay up to date on what's happening. Yes. Yep. So this is based on, like I said, what I'm racing on here, 5-minute change. And again, this is going to be based on change from the open there. And it's going to give you both percent and the penny number. So, and as we can see here, looking right. Now look at my friends from China, K-Web. This is interesting here. Got a nice gap up, coming and filling that gap. It's a descending triangle. Descending triangles do like to resolve themselves this way, generally speaking. Don't know that will happen or not. For anybody that hasn't been around or knows my feeling about China, I feel like the winds have changed in China a bit. And I've been taking a lot of trades in China. Money's on the table. I'm closing it out. I'm not holding anything really long term. But we hold this line here on China. We get above this line and we hold it. I might start looking at swing trading some Chinese stocks. My issue with swing trading Chinese stocks is Luckin Coffee. And if you're not familiar with Luckin Coffee, just do a web search on what happened a couple of years ago with them, and you'll understand why. Centered is both technical and psychological. Technically speaking, a gap becomes a magnet for the next spot of resistance or support, because you could have a gap fill from the top or a gap fill from the bottom. And second, it becomes psychological because everybody starts to see it and pile in. So you have pack mentality. So it's really a combination of both. And at its core, in my personal opinion, and of course, not just my personal opinion, but many market psychologists' opinion, technical analysis is mostly human behavior and pack mentality. There's not exactly a lot of rationale into all of it, other than history likes to repeat or rhyme, or a little bit of both. So I also want to note, what I've been going over with the K-Web here. We've discussed these higher lows, and now we can really see two higher lows here, right? We've discussed we need higher highs. And if we take this out here, that gets us a second higher high and starts to just look all the more bearish on a trend change. So certainly worth noting in that regard. ALT, this thing has been really active for a few weeks now. So this is interesting here, this base that happened. Nice move, pull back, and a nice move again. Got that overhead resistance right there. So certainly have to pay attention to that. So I'm trying to get my single stock window so I can see all the data in it. It's fighting me. There we go. This was a big virus play, wasn't it? ALT? I feel like it was a big virus play. Yeah, it had to have been. Only explanation for that. All right. Anything else popping out us at the moment? Not really. I don't see anything else. COTY, I think it's healthcare also, right? Beauty salons, that's what it is. Not a very nice looking chart. Nothing I'm really interested in, to be honest. Mask play. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Da, da, da. Reason why I'm noting these stocks in this scan right here, these are things that are breaking up on 20 days, at least breaking 75% above the low of the last 20 days. That's interesting. More Chinese. More China stocks. Power distribution. Yeah, not really anything too interesting here for me. That's a big line to get through. AXSM. That's a Holly alert. Excuse me. Massive gap up here. Oops, that was not how I wanted to draw that. That's how I want to draw that. Gaps up above that resistance. It's interesting. Huge volume. 13 mil shares, almost 14 mil shares traded, but look at that relative volume. We can see the last time we had something similar to this, it went on a several day run, right? And then we had this stuff back here, which is a big fall, and then a big run. So it might be something worth noting for anybody that looks for kind of plays in that regard. Perhaps there's something more under the hood with the volume here than we would know. So that's interesting also. You got this big gap here. Came down, tried to fill that gap, couldn't do it. Came back, tried to fill that gap, rejected off the top of it. So is it making another play at it? Do we have a big base here? You know, I don't know, but these are the things I like to point out on charts to get everybody's mind thinking and taking a harder look at what the charts are showing us here. So, anywho, that's certainly noteworthy. Not anything I'll be playing, especially, you know, swing trading wise. You got to be beyond careful with swing trading pharmaceuticals. But it doesn't mean you can't, you know, put it on a liked list or a watch list or something like that. Keep track of it. You know, for all we know, if this volume keeps up for a couple of days, it could be a day trading vehicle either to the long or short side over the next couple of days. May not be, maybe, but generally speaking, especially anybody that's looking more at day trading setups, we want to be where the action is. I want to be where the action is, anyways. I believe this is mining, right? FSM, FMS. Nope, medical care. FSM, is that mining? There we go. I see it. I knew I was close. FMS, FSM. Too many tickers to memorize all of them. I was close. I'm giving myself an E for effort on that one. And yeah, anyways, gold and silver look horrible still. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's wedging. We're ready to build off of this here. We'll call this a low and a higher low and a higher low and another higher low. I mean, I guess we can say that. Technically speaking, it is that. I'm certainly not excited about it. SLV. That chart looks terrible. I mean, that's just a horrible looking chart. Well, God, that's horrible. IKNA, you say? Right at that high. Certainly make a pop and a move there. Anybody that's looking for some action, you know, price alert maybe above 540. Take a look hard there. I think also this 557, whatever this is here, that level will be tough, but you know, you want the alert right at the break. You want it before the break so you can possibly see it if it's going to make that break, of course. Definitely got this set of volume numbers to keep an eye on there. Not a really big float, good size short float, and a short growth. So those are all worth noting for sure. Again, talking about a day trade, of course, it's in a downtrend. And again, I discussed last Friday that, you know, most anything we try to give an eye to for swing trading in general right now, if we decide to participate that way, it's going to be in a downtrend for a long time, especially smaller cap stocks. But for me to believe in a trend change, it's got to start to put in a believable base and some lower or some higher lows and also some higher highs. And anything short of that is either a head fake or a relief bounce as far as I'm concerned. And again, I bring attention to the K-Web here. this has the makings of a possible trend change. It's certainly a trend change since, the middle of March, without any question. But does it become a secondary trend, that lasts a few weeks to a few months versus this primary trend that's been over a year of down? Well, which one is it? I don't know, but the idea is a thought exercise here for us. AXSM. Oh, we already did this one. Ha ha ha. ConAgra Food Brands. Blue, you're my boy, Blue. Actually traded this one a few times. Interesting chart. Wow, a lot of volume right now on this. Traded over 1 million shares, over 3.5 times what it's normally doing. This is pretty interesting here. Interesting. Won't be trading it, but interesting look. Righty. BCRX, that's one I haven't seen in a while. This thing got smoked back here. That's an interesting line right there. Look at this line. We can get through that line. That's certainly interesting. Actually, it was one of my favorite stocks to trade for about a year. I traded this thing a ton. Very interesting. And again, technical analysis at its finest. And for you efficient market hypothesis fans, please explain that to me. This line has been on this chart, I guarantee, for well over a year. I mean, look at the touches of the line. All right, now we talked about, let's see, Teva earlier. Discussed was going to run out of steam. We discussed that, somewhere in here. Consolidating, moving sideways. Perhaps it tries to make a break. Definitely had a big pivot line. Does it have more legs? I don't know. It just might. It just might. take a look at a few sectors here and see what sectors are strong and that they haven't checked that out today. Right, so we got our XOP there. So, energy bounce anyways today. We'll see what it means moving forward. All 4 top sectors for me are all energy though. 5, sorry. That makes 6 out of 7. Now TAN. Someone was discussing TAN the other day. I feel like it was on Twitter. There's a big discussion about it. Maybe it was Brian Lund. I can't remember. Smart dude. Big level there on TAN. But is that a bottom? Is that a high or low? Maybe. We're going to need a few higher highs too. Definitely worth noting. Scroll out a bit. Take a longer term view on this. And so TAN had this, after it had a massive run up, big fall, with this long range. And I remember back here, I felt a little bullish on those stocks. Was not to come to be. But are we just in a lower trading range now and we're setting up for the next leg down? Or are we setting up for the next leg up? What say you folks? Hard telling, not knowing, as the saying goes. Good hard look at it just in case though. Let's see. Run. This is one that benefits from the TAN sector. This one doesn't have much to show us at this point. Say, actually, this has a lot to show us. I'm sorely mistaken as I scroll back. Look at this. Bang, 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 and blasted through. Really blasted through. Come all the way down, back at this level again. I'd say that's actually a really, really, really interesting look right there from Run. Honestly, I don't know how my races are different than Barry's. I know that Barry has something with the change from the open, and he's more focused there. And I'm looking more at a position in Bollinger Band range on 15-minute charts. I don't. I've never loaded Barry's scans, so I don't have any other comparisons to make. Actually, unfortunately, in the not too distant future, I'll harass him for links to his scans and compare them to mine. But I have some transition things going on here between my layout and my operational setup here. And so right now I'm just kind of biding my time till I get this all sorted out before I start making any changes or really diving down any rabbit holes. But I think the big difference is Barry's looking at biggest changes from open, and I'm looking at position Bollinger Bands on 15-minute races. That's this race and this race where I'm mostly focused. This focuses on change from close and a position in the range on the day. And this is focusing on position in 20-day range and the position range on the day. So those would be the big differences between all these races. And then in the end, races become what we want them to be, essentially. The big takeaway I think people should have with the races is you're essentially taking a grid that may be harder to discern what's actually moving right now and putting them in a format that's telling us, hey, I'm moving right now. What I mean by that is, LIT here. For all I know, LIT might be the big mover right now. But based on the way the top list is sorting the data and spitting it back to us, we might not know that that's what's moving now, because it might not be able to catch these other ones from the moves they had made earlier. But with the races, we can tell what's actually moving currently. There's a lot of different ways that we can do that, between different change over time period filters, a change from close, change from open. We might want to just see stuff that's getting interesting with relative volume. Say, hey, I want to look at stocks that right now really have a big increase in relative volume through the day. So that's the kind of stuff I'd be looking at and discussing as far as difference in races go. And like I said, I think Barry's racing on the change from the open, where I'm racing on the change over 5 minutes. And I think his scan, the way it sorts and focuses also on the change from open, where mine is focused on sorting and scanning on position and 15-minute Bollinger Band. So for my main races, anyways, the two that I've been using the most recently. All right, so that was a look at the top of the sector list. Let's look at the bottom for the day. B dry. That ain't looking too healthy. What's really interesting to note is this with B dry. First off, it'll be interesting to note it if I can scroll the right way. There we go. When the market was rolling over back in March and April, B dry kind of held itself up that whole time in this range here. And as we've gotten a relief bounce again recently in the overall market, B dry has not participated at all, not even a little bit. VXX, I don't really pay attention to that anymore. Our software services still look really ugly. Jets still look really ugly. Cloud computing still looks really ugly. Gold. Pot stocks are dumb. Retail does not look healthy. I mean, none of these sectors look really healthy to me, especially on the bottom of the list here. So, interesting to note. Sort of in the last 5 days here. So, in the last 5 days, here are ones that are up the most actually. Some of these don't look as bad as others. Channel bar price and volume is a good channel for winners since open and volume since open. Yeah, I think the channel bar. What's nice about the channel bar is for anybody that's has an idea of trading itself and charting, it gives them a way to hit the ground running with some scanning of ideas without having to overload themselves on learning the software extra quickly. It's a nice way to be able to just kind of jump in and hit the ground running in that regard. I think once people start to get a better handle on the software, they want to make adjustments. There's a lot of people, including myself, the first couple of years, that took scans from the channel bars and then started to make them my own. Put my own tweak on it, my own price range, or things I wanted to see on volume that were a little different. Just little tweaks, not overhauling things mega, but just that little bit. And it's nice to have that footwork to get a head start on like that, instead of trying to, what do I want to do? Now I've got some templates to work with, and what are these scans looking for, and how do they or do they not lead me into the areas of idea generation that I'm looking for? So again, looking at these, sorting on the position and 5-day range on these here. And we find my friend the K Web here in that position. Pharmaceuticals, what a bounce on pharmaceuticals. Wow. Pumping those drugs out. Hmm. That's interesting. I definitely did not have pharmaceuticals leading the way on my bingo card for 2022. Lithium ion, battery tech, that's interesting as well. So again, did we bottom? And these are all higher lows coupled with some higher highs. It could bust through that level. Certainly a bull case for these stocks. LTHM is a great trading vehicle of these stocks, I feel like. And someone would ask why I think that. Look at the moves that this has intraday a lot of times. You know, that base here, really struggling with that line though.
Monsieur Varley, comment ça va?
We're going. We're doing all right here. Trying
Whatever I
to.
said, right.
Well, it's I speak fluent Spanish, so it's close enough.
That's close enough. Cool. Listen, I can actually answer Orange Blossom's question a little bit. Okay, the difference is but more the question is racing is in its infancy. Now it's only in its infancy in terms of maybe the presentation and all that will start to change, but it's not really in its infancy in terms of how to set up your own top list and race on it. I don't. I mean, maybe there'll be improvements later on, but I think that's more going to be maybe in the way it's presented, but just the conceptual idea. You're on Bollinger Bands. I'm on Change from the Open. I think we've actually sort of looked at them, and we're getting very similar alerts. I mean,
Yes,
I can give you mine. I can give you my link, and I think you'll find that we're getting it similar alerts. Not all the time, of course, but in terms of infancy, I mean, yeah, I mean, presentation, perhaps infancy, but not the concept of how to create the launch or how to create the race, if that makes
and it's
sense.
just taking top lists, the data from the top list, and taking it a step further, just drilling down further into it, more localized or recently in time frames. I'll also say I think you have a lower price frame than I do. I don't go under $4.
Yeah, I've got 1 to 50, I think, is my price range, something
Yeah,
like that. But most of the things I see, yeah, they're probably, well, I mean, you're saying under four because I'm looking for the biggest change from the open. A lot of the things I'm seeing, of course, are those maybe two, three, $4 stocks. But look at AERC. I mean, that's a
yep.
$16 stock now, and so my range is 1 to 50,
Hmm.
but because this is looking for the big percentage change from the opens, how are you going to get that? Usually in the cheaper stocks.
Absolutely.
So there,
There you have it, sports fans.
there you have it. There you have it. Yeah, okay, Orange Blossom. I see early. Yeah, for me, early stages of adopting it as the absolute scan that I'm just going to concentrate on, and I've deleted probably 5 or 6 alerts and top list windows from my other monitors that you guys don't normally see, and I'm just staring at that race now. That's it.
Same here. I've got,
Makes
like I
it.
said, I have two races that I'm not even looking at that much, to be honest, but just taking up screen space at this point.
Well, and that's the other thing. I mean, I've got 2 races going only because I'm starting to race on my watch list, my personal watch list on in the channel bar.
Yep.
But then the other one is just that general top list, and I'm just trying to, I'll see what the differences are. Certainly, do not want to though to, okay, now I've got to have 5 or 6 races going at the same time. We'll run into the same problem. No focus,
Yep. Yep. Exactly. Too much data. Analysis
too much data.
paralysis.
Exactly. So, my friend, if you want to leave, you can.
Already, make that
Unless you,
screen swap when you are ready, and
okay.
I'm ready, and I'll be
And I
back
forgot
here in a
to,
couple of hours.
yeah, just give me a moment.
Sure.
Where are you? Just give me a moment. Might have to go a little lower on my screen to see share. Hmm.
I can
Oh, there we
add you
go.
back in.
There
There
we
you
go.
go.
No, I got it. I got it.
Perfecto. All right, sir. Thank you, everybody, for listening to me drone on for an hour there, and I will be back at 3:30 to drone on for another hour.
All right, Chris.
I'll
See you
see you then,
later.
Barry. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm in both rooms now. Let me get my music blaring away. There we go. So, guys, the CLNN, keep an eye on it. I mean, it doesn't have a ton of room, but man, if it wants to take out that 433 mark, I mean, it's over the 200-day moving average now. Okay, it is over the 200-day. Barely, again. It's just kind of chopping around in that area. Wow, some action. Let's take a look at wow. Yeah, the wide open west. Nigerian pump. Okay. Yeah, nice call by Shady on the AXSM. I did not following it that closely, but the AXSM, of course, it had a massive pop this morning on the news. All right, I'm going to keep just watching the CLNN just a little bit longer. If it takes out four again, I'll probably just forget about it for a while and reset that alert. But I thought maybe it might have a shot at moving. But now the other one is the NRSN. For a while anyway, it looked like it was trying to come back somewhat. This was the big star early on. Yeah, I mean, I saw this action right here, got up to 280. Still have some price alerts set higher levels. See if it comes back later on. It is a low float, huge, huge volume, mega volume for it based on the float. Apron. So are the memers all over this one today? Again, apron, blue apron, APRN. So what I'm not seeing as much today is the follow through with the ones in the race. I mean, there's some minor follow through, but not the certainly not like over the last 3 or 4 days. So not every day, of course, we're going to get that. I was watching that BNTC. It looked pretty ripe. It looked pretty ripe right around here. Right around here, it looked like okay. I've been waiting on that 150 break. It did it for a bit and then it just dropped immediately. So it's not as interested in it. Waiting for something from you, Zach, now in terms of a bounce play in the in your scan. Yeah, I saw you guys in that EVFM, but man, did it ever drop again. But no disputing the fact it had an unbelievable run. I mean, even from that 74 mark all the way up to 112, and then a big drop down. Massive volume, 326 million. Hey, Real, I see you're in the room now. Good morning or afternoon. Still keeping an eye on the LXRX. It's not doing much, but you know what? Well, other than basing, nice little base kind of forming. All right, there's your Vivo that's pushing higher, coming in on Zach's scan. Also, all-time high now for Vivo. All-time high, VIVO, all-time high. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, a lot of shorts available at Interactive Brokers for VIVO. Over 2 million. Yeah, there's the MA. Well, it already has gone a little wild. The MSPR, how many races did it win? 3. So probably saw it right down here at 229, 239 first time when it won a race. I just kind of missed it. Another low float, 6.5 million in float. Now that one has had a nice trend. Only one little red candle in the 5-minute chart. Pepe, are you here by any chance? Because I've loaded the biggest losers from the open, and unless I didn't save the right version that I thought I got from you, I'm just not getting big negative. Okay, so I'm not. Do you happen to have it by any chance? I mean, are you looking at your biggest losers from the open? I'm just not getting any big negative percentages. Sort of back, so it's possible I didn't save the right one. But I looked at the last one that was entitled Biggest Losers, and but you see, I'm getting stuff like this, back into that little, just minus 0.71%, nothing big. Keep an eye, guys, on the CLNN. I mean, it's the longer it holds over this 200-day moving average. If it can just kind of base a little bit more. All right, thank you, Pepe. I'll take a look at this and see. See if this is going to be any different. Now, guys, we're starting to approach that 2 o'clock, which is last week. This is when, this got all jumbled up. It's sort of as if, running it from 9:30 to 2 is too much for my system. And they're definitely aware of it. He told me in the next build that should be solved. Yeah, grunt, grunt, grunt. GRNA. Is this coming in my 10-day daily breakdown? We're still having problems with the charts. I can just see my charts are just not, my thumbnail charts are just not updating. Get rid of the announcement, I guess. Not the jumbling. Oh, okay, but I'm talking about this now specifically. Okay, I'm only seeing like minus 6.62. Not getting anything like big movers for some reason. Oh, okay, so maybe it's just the way it is today. Okay. All right, guys, the CLNN, it may be poised. Wow, look at AMC on the move, guys. AMC, what a run it's had. I wonder if there's any. Because when I looked earlier, GME was not running with it. No, not at all. So AMC is actually outperforming GME, which is not the usual case. DAC. So you bought EVFM, okay, on the way back, somewhat. Yeah, this will not show up here until it hits $1 at least. All right, guys, LXRX is just making a little bit of a move. And again, the next high looking left on the monthly chart is, well, it's at 274. On the weekly chart, it's 233, so it's got a little bit of room, just a little bit of room. Real is in the room. Yes, he just joined. Well, I just saw a post of his a little while ago, maybe 15 minutes ago. Okay, Salomon, even though I can understand, we have to keep this room English. Okay, just so you know, I do understand exactly what you said, but we really have to keep the room all in English. Okay, we have too many people all around the world, and we could turn into the United Nations of trade ideas in this room. So, boy, this CLNN is just a frustrating little one. That's why I always speak slowly for you, Zach. Kidding, of course. All right, the CLNN. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But stick a little around 412 or so, 415 for CLNN. See if it takes it out later. Well, man, what I'd love to see is something brand new showing up in this change from the open. Something brand new, kind of out of nowhere. And it can happen. That's why I'm just monitoring it. And, I'm seeing all the same faces though. Oops, look at the CLNN. Okay. EYPT. Okay. Haven't seen that one all day. EYPT. Yeah, so the volume is just a little bit light for most of my scans. That's the issue why it wouldn't show up. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it wouldn't be showing up because of the volume. Relative volume's okay, but the overall volume, most of my scans have higher volume, so Man, MSRP straight up, straight up. I mean, this has got room. I mean, look at this, the daily chart. I mean, 365. Next time. So the ideal situation would be for somehow to just kind of base a bit, as opposed to just accelerating higher and higher. Unless you're in it, of course. I want wish you the best if you're in it already, but just to base a little bit because it still has room. 365, looking left. I mean, that's the next high, looking left for MSPR. Okay, I've got to one more time just put an alert for the CLNN, see if it takes out the 200-day moving average for the third time. So I'm just going to stick an alert up around I say 412. Want to see if it can clear it in a bigger way. All right, this is shortable for those of us at Interactive Brokers at the MSPR. It's showing up on Zach Scan. Little topping tail, couple of topping tails now. All right, guys, a couple of topping tails now for MSPR. So I mean, the fantasy level will be 240 or so. I'm just looking down here in the 5-minute chart. A little bit of support there, maybe. I don't see any news on it. Just looking to see if there's any news on it. Well, good luck on the Vivo short. I mean, I haven't seen a big drop yet. Not yet. Okay, well, I'm in with you on this short, the MSPR. Of course, I don't want to see it get anywhere close to 3. Well, I'm just keying on these topping tails. The last two topping tails for the 15-minute chart. Now this is still not over yet. There's still 5 minutes for this one to close. So I mean, this may not turn into a topping tail, but so far so good. Big one, previous 15-minute candle, then this one. Buyers trying a couple of times, sellers knocking it down a little bit. Ooh, there's a bit of, now we're looking better. If that topping tail can hold. I resisted to take out a little bit on that MSPR. So you see what I'm not seeing right now are any big percentage guys up here. Yeah, you see, my system is starting to slow down a little bit. I may have to do a reboot, which I don't want to because then I miss all these. I miss my list. But I think this is just starting to slow down. Pepe, in your version, do you have the leaders replacing to get right on the top? Okay, so you are seeing this one, of course, doesn't. But the problem is, of course, my top list has got a lot of symbols in it, and I want a winner to race up to the top. Otherwise, I may not see it if it's the 30th on the list, like here. So I've got to have it in replace mode. All right, a little move for MREO. MREO, what's the next high looking left? 168, so it's right there. After that, 185, so a little bit of a move for MREO. You guys are talking about AFIB, a fib. Yeah, breakout here, you're right. This had actually, I think it had some news this morning. Yeah, some kind of a product. Ow, sorry. Little product launch. And here it is up here, kind of leading this race here. Barely. Barely. I keep resisting taking some profit on it every time it dropped down into the low 80s. So barely. Am I still in the MSRP short? I mean, I'm in at 287, so I mean, I'm not underwater that much, but I'm just going to allow it to percolate for a while, hopefully. I wish the spread would just tighten up once and for all. Yeah, so I look at this 270 level as maybe being, the max. I mean, it looks like there's pretty decent support on that 5-minute chart. So IFRX, okay, a little, nah, I mean, it's just not interesting. I mean, it looks like they're just going to sit here. I'm looking at the SPY, not this one, but I'm looking at the SPY, kind of doing nothing. Well, can you put your laser vision on MSPR, please, William? Not one of those 5 days, Neil. No, not my opinion, anyway. All right, guys. Wow, 1:34. Today's Monday, so there's no meetings for me. Wow. Okay, guys. Very, very slow for me right now, even though, I got these races running, but I'm just not seeing any dynamic breakouts. Okay, so for the FEMY, maybe a break at 250, maybe. You can kind of see that. So I'm going to stick an alert at 250. It came down from 3. See if it comes back later on. Hey, well, maybe now 280, 281. So at least the spread is tightened up for MSPR. I'm not expecting much out of it. Maybe down to the 270 mark if I can get there. Just looking at that. Well, okay, the 5-minute chart, yeah, 270 on the 5-minute chart might be a little bit of support, but it's gotta break through this 277. Sort of a green bar ignored on the 5-minute chart for MSPR, sort of. Not classic, but okay, so it just is just at that level now. How did I ever doubt you? I wasn't, but I know people were talking about Viru. Look at these now. Look at these big topping tails, or on the 15-minute chart for MSPR. All right, guys. Well, obviously, I'm just kind of waiting on the MSPR to see if it can take out 269, 267, then it's got even more room potentially to run down. So you know what? If this really collapses, then print out this MSPR 15-minute chart and check out the topping tails. You know, three in a row so far. I mean, it still has 5 minutes to close this candle, or 4 minutes or so for that 15-minute candle to close, but that is what you like to see. Yeah, and I have an alert set for NRSM, but I'm holding out for three. In fact, well, there it is. There's my first alert for NRSN 290. I just don't trust a three break unless we get a ton of volume coming in, and I mean a ton. Decent volume right there on that 2-minute chart. Ah, thank you. Okay. Take a look at it. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, let's take a look at this one. All right, guys, so I have covered some of that short, mainly because I thought that 270 level might hold it. So I'm covering some of that MSBR short, you know, from 287 to 370 or 370, 270. I mean, not terrible, but if it can take out, my typing skills are abysmal today. MSPR, MSPR. No, there's the low right there, 265, 265. The fantasy level for me would be around that 244 mark. Looks like there's some support on that 5-minute chart right around there. Okay, thank you, Pepe. At least I'm seeing one at 1%. Nothing startling, but at least one at 1%. Oh, look at the NCTY guys. Now, what is it doing? Look at this, NCTY. And the next high looking left is 196. Boy, if it takes out 196, let's take a look at the weekly chart. You know what? Takes out 196. The next high on the weekly chart is 250 for the NCTY. I'm not saying it's getting there. All right, thank you, Pepe. Yeah, at least I'm seeing like the ANGH, I'm seeing 3.5%. So at least we're getting better percentages. Wow, we're even getting maybe a 260 crack now for MSPR. Yeah, yeah, exactly. The biggest losers from the open. Absolutely. I'm only looking at the open. I know this is flipped. I'll rename it, but all right, NRSN getting really, really interesting again. Volume is okay. It's kind of tapering though on the 2-minute chart, but I'd love to see a 3 break before I get in. Well, this is the only one I should care about, right, Pepe? I mean, I just want that the last one you gave me. I just want to see the biggest losers from the open, yes, and see some big percentage movers. Oh, great short now, guys. Now on a percentage basis, this is very, very nice. MSPR. Just took out some more. Um, my next level was going to be right around here that I thought looks like, good support, 244-ish. So I've just taken up some more. I don't have very much left. And that's from 287. So saw this here, and then it was on Zach scan at the top here. But first saw it right here on the races. So I mean, obviously you can use the races, to look for topping plays too. Something, especially if it's moved somewhat parabolically. Maybe maybe the MSPR. I just have the feeling that it's so cheap and doesn't really follow the market that much, but I might be wrong. Vorb, VORB. Whoops. Did not see this one in the pre-market. I don't know why. Maybe the volume was just really terrible, or maybe when I started looking, it was down here, so it was not a big change from the close in the pre-market. But yeah, great, nice move now. Yeah, I mean, I do see at IB, yeah, at 809 anyway. Vanessa has been formally granted an operation or the green light to launch in Brazil. Not shortable for me, Zach, unfortunately. So not shortable for me, VORB. But that's okay. I'll just kind of keep an eye on the MSPR. You take care of it for me. Well, now it is showing up here. Here meaning the top of the race, VORB. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I can't believe it. I had myself on mute. Yeah, the HMTV. Absolutely. I was just saying the HMTV. Yeah, this morning. So they basically said they had accepted. They've received the takeover for 9 and now 8. I'm sorry. Yeah, at 8, but previously to that, it had been 7. So there's a bit of a bidding war, I guess, according to them, a bit of a bidding war. So this is looks like this is a South American company. All right, guys, NRSN getting closer and closer to 3. This could be an interesting one tomorrow also. I mean, a few weeks ago, got all the way up to 828. This is an ALS, okay, drug, and now at 3. And it looks like if stage 3 is the same as phase 3, it looks like this is fairly late stage or late in the process. So this is what we're talking about right here. Okay, well done, Shady. Now hold 3 though, hold 3. Yeah, this is, oh, it is shortable. I didn't realize it. GRNA is shortable actually for me. Saw this at the very beginning of the day, big pop up and huge drop, now an all-time low. Showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 247 at just when I was on my break. I'm on NRSN breakout in a big way. Meanwhile, yeah, the market is just drifting down. Can't rely on this my chart. I do have another one open from Interactive Brokers, so I do see what's happening. It's very possible that if I do a reboot of Trade Ideas, this will all go away. I just don't want to. Okay, guys, I'm out of, well, am I? Yeah, just give me a moment here on the NRSN. Reboot doesn't help. Thank you, Don. Okay, that'll save me from doing that. All right, guys, I'm just really waiting. I'm going to give this NRSN just a little bit longer. I'm a little underwater on it right now, and I'm just waiting. Maybe a 295 gets me out. Yeah, okay. I'm going to set another, so I'm out of it, a small loss for the NRSN. I want to put an alert of 3 again, see if it takes it out again. We're on 308. Ooh, good exit for me anyway. The NRSN, good exit for me. Big red candle now. All right, guys, I'm just going to take a slight break right here. What time is it right now? 2:05. I'll be back at about 2:10. I'm in nothing right now, so I'll be back at about 2:10. Hi guys, I'm back. So I think what I'll do right now is just go over my homepage again, all the information you can find on it. Not seeing anything terribly exciting right now. So it's a good opportunity to do that. I do see, yeah, I do have that thumbnail and that, excuse me, for whatever reason, that thumbnail chart seems to be updating, whereas others don't. I don't know why. Look at the NRSN stuck at 298. This looks like this is correct. I just saw it move, BNTC. But anyway, they're working on it. They know there's an issue. Okay, the information you can find on my homepage. So when you click on the link, let me see if I can find it easily. Here we go. All right, so there is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha for 15% off. The first month only or the entire year. So when you click on this Get Trade Ideas, you'll see 4 plans. There's an annual for both premium and standard, and a monthly for both premium and standard. What I would do, you could start off with a monthly standard, okay, to see if you like us. At any point, if you want to upgrade or get into a yearly subscription, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15%. If you do take out a subscription, please do the Let's Get Started. It's about 30 minutes long, 10 videos, and it starts off with how to download and install it, your first login, etc. Okay, take the time, 30 minutes out of your life to take a look at all the basic features of Trade Ideas. Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern, you can sign up for it right here. This is free. Trade of the week. Don't think it's going to work this week. I'm not sure if it got stopped out. Somebody, if they have the 20 SMA on their 2-minute on their daily chart, I wonder if it's already touched it. I'm not sure. But trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That's free. All the education is right here in this section. We have a great user guide. The daily support sessions. So tomorrow it should be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. But Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, Chris Farley will take over in our YouTube room Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So when I shut the main room down at 3:30, I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them right now. Tuesday, Thursday, rotation this week, Monday, Wednesday last week, but you can sign up for them all right here. Back to basics, Michael Noss, I mentioned him. He put together this great little series. It's all free. If you're new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so literally, if you're new to trading, this would be a great series for you. And last on my homepage are the scans that I'm sharing right here. Here are my scans. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. You hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown, probably the only ones I'm really looking at now. And then the pre-market actives up and down, that kind of sets me up to understand what might be moving once the market opens. And as always, if you want, best thing to do is to save my link. Save my link, then you can look at my scans, you can look at the education, you can look at the getting started anytime you want. Just save my link. And again, in the education section, I really recommend that you click on the guide and scroll down to where it says TI stock racing. And then you'll find out a lot more about what it's about. How you can set up your own races based on your criteria. Well, really, you might be happy that it didn't have any shorts available. It would have been a quick one. Omer, O-M-E-R. I'd be happy that there were no shorts available. The news did look interesting though for the NRSN. I mean, it was seems to be stage three. So I mean, it wasn't completely devoid of news. But William, when they said stage three, is that the same as phase three? And this was for the NRSN this morning. Usually I always see it as phase, but just to confirm, stage three is the same as phase three. Ah, okay. Maybe see that's the thing that kind of threw me just a little bit because then it might be that then that would be a great pump and dump, confusing people like myself that stage three meant the same as phase three. You see, this is what it says. This is what I read this morning. Stage three ALS biomarker study. And they talk about stage one here and then another stage two, but I'll leave that for you. Hmm. Okay. So that if that's only phase two, that will make a huge difference. See, we've got some really low percentages here, guys. That's the problem. We're just getting low percentages in the race winners, 1.75. We need, something shooting out of nowhere, maybe 5, 10, 15%. And that might be really interesting, but can't make it happen. So if it's phase 2A, okay, so that was definitely misleading when I read that stage three. I did okay on it. I mean, it was an awesome early trade for NRSN. Right here, there was the opening candle 254 up to 335. So I mean, it was an awesome early trade, something I don't often do, but what gave me the idea, of course, we saw it in the pre-market and it pulled back, but it didn't pull back very much. Yeah, maybe Pepe. News on CEIX. See. Yeah, so one of the reasons, the relative volume for me anyway, no, it's, and okay, so it could appear, it's possible it could have appeared here, except my price range is $50 the max. So that's number one. Number two, most of my scans will have a higher relative volume. So, it depends on your filters, JK. Well, the bloom is off, RDBX. Look at this, after that big high of a few days ago, up to 1820, settling into reality. Yeah, GME pop, 127 to 133, a lot of volume coming in. Just die. It won't die. GME just will not go away. Yeah, I haven't looked at level two in I don't know how long. Decades? I really don't know. And yes, I've got my time in sales. Yes, I can see the bid. I don't even pay attention to it though. There are some that use it to their advantage, and I think the theme is if it's a low price stock, it might be able to help. But I just don't. I just find it. I don't want to pay attention to it. I don't need other things to distract me. Boy, guys, this is about as slow as I can remember. Even with the races, it's just nothing big percentage though moving. So I'm just going to bide my time and see if anything happens coming out of nowhere. Didn't really see this one before. TRDA. So this is right at the high of the day right now. TRDA. Next high looking left is 1465. Sorry, on the monthly. Yeah, from you're right, Mike. From Zach scan, it took hours for it to finally move. But EDU, yeah, from the bounce scan, first alert was at 1838, then at 1829. Didn't really move too much off that, but you would have had to wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, almost 2 hours before it finally had any sort of a move. But hey, that's not bad at all, really, when you think about it, from 1840 to 1882. Well, again, Dak, even those who use level two in this room, most of them, I think, say that it's okay for lower price stocks. Just give me a moment. Excuse me. So I know you do play lower price stocks. So yeah, maybe. Well, in checking the I see yeah, a couple of good ones. I mean, the issue with the CLNN is that no shares were available at either Interactive Brokers or E-Trade to short. So, and somebody mentioned even Thinkorswim. So there were no shares to short for CLNN at a lot of brokers. I'm sure Zach has some at Centerpoint, but the AXSM that had a nice move from on the long side. So I'm not seeing it as messy right now for me anyway, guys. This the race. I'm not seeing. Oh, here's the TRDA. So let's take a look. Shoot, when I was just talking about it, I think it was already at 1326. I think, and it just piled on after that. And no, yeah, no shorts. No shorts for it, TRDA at Interactive Brokers anyway. But boy, oh boy, I think it was right there. I know it was right there when I first mentioned it, 1321. Boy, it popped on $1. I mean, the spread is not great. Okay, guys. Well, I missed I missed the TRDA. That would have been probably would have been the one. Just waiting for something that was brand new showing up, and that was it with a big percent, and that was it. I just missed it. Oh, miss it long. I have no shorts available, JP. It showed up right here. I'm pretty sure it showed up right here in the race, right here on that candle, that 2 minute candle. I mentioned it, and then look from 1321 where it closed. They got all the way up to 14, over $1 move. It's pulled back a lot now, of course, but I just, but I bugs me because I was waiting for something like this. I'm not a big pullback player, so I'm just not a big pullback player. So, I mean, if it did something like this, I could turn into sort of a pullback consolidation player a little bit. Okay, so if it can consolidate here for a bit and then get another, and then start winning a race again, that could get me interested. Okay, but just a pure like 2 or 3 bar pullback and then taking the trade if it starts to move, I'm just not good at it. And there's your SRA. Yes, SRRK. I do have it. Well, I have a thumbnail, but unfortunately, it's not updating. Okay, guys, RDHL, cheap one, starting to move. RDHL, cheap one, starting to move. It's just at $1 now. That's why I'm seeing it. $2 is the next high looking left, and then $1.08. To me, there's just a ton of resistance, a ton. I just can't, I mean, hey, listen, anything can happen, of course. It's not a low float though, 41 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. But obviously, a ton of volume just came in. Not obviously, but a ton of volume just came in. Oh, all I had to do was short even looking really late at 12:02 GRNA at 247. Now it's at 222. All-time low, sinking into oblivion. I mean, that would be the theory, JP. The other thing I'm looking at doing is taking these and making sure I'm able to follow them tomorrow in a watch list. You know, probably add it to this watch list here, and just to see if there's follow through. But yes, that would be the theory. I mean, obviously a stock that keeps winning races over and over again during the day, that doesn't have to be like contiguous. It could be, you know, you win a race at 9 o'clock, or sorry, well, Eastern time. So win one at 9:45, and then one at 10:15, and then another one at 10:40. So they don't have to, you don't have to win them back to back to back to back, but over the course of time, something that it keeps winning, you know, in theory, you would think that something is happening on the positive side, but not always. I mean, look at CLNN, very, very choppy. The BNTC, another example, something that, I mean, it looks like it wants to take out this 155, but it just keeps stalling there. Did anybody take this short of GRNA? I mean, that's just just a monster on a percentage basis. Okay, here's a new one. I don't recognize this one from before, IREN. So again, this is a pullback. And I just look at it and I go, man, oh man, look at all that resistance right around 356. So I just can't take the trade. So even though it's starting to, but it didn't move very much. I'm looking for the ones that will show like 5, 6%. I mean, look at this thing, BNTC. I mean, it looked like right there, it got up to 160 something. Looked like, okay, now. But again, I mean, there was some volume, a little bit of volume, but you can't really, I mean, there's nothing really dramatic if you look at it on a 5 minute chart in terms of volume. I mean, look, if you start looking left, you see all these volumes, but you'd like to see something at least like this. It's not the absolute volume, it's in relation to the previous volume bars. I want to see something that's kind of standing out, which should mean anyway, that there's, renewed enthusiasm. Okay, guys, I may put myself on mute a little bit earlier today. Usually I do it around 2:50. When I put myself on mute, doesn't mean I'm gone. I'm sitting here. So if there are any questions, I will certainly hop on and answer. But other than that, see the same thing. The MREO winning a race. There it is. But I look here, and 171 is not far from 162. So it would have to be more of a consolidation breakout for me rather than just, this to me is more like a little pullback. Oh man, I have to resist, shorting this GRNA right here. Okay, I will put that announcement in, guys. So again, I can always hop back on the mic. Okay, so Ranger asked, I can't share this one because it's got a symbol list in here that is not shareable yet. Okay, I can share this one though. Okay, the biggest gainers from the open. So I can definitely share this one. Let me just bring it up. File, load from cloud. Biggest gainers from the, oops, not the flipped. Sure, it's the last one I've got. Okay, right here. Okay, I cannot share the other one though because it has a symbol list in there that is not shareable. Okay, I wouldn't concern myself too much with this one. This is the one that I really pay attention to. This is sort of an experiment. I'm just talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. So this TRDA, I mean, the problem with it is the spread, but I mean, it looks like it wants to move. The problem is the spread, 1320, 1355. But it looks like, I mean, it's already come off the bottom here of 13. It looks like, I mean, it did get as high as 1443. 1320, 1334, so it's getting a little bit better. 1320, 1331. 1330, 1328. So here's my time in sales. You can see, well, now you see what would have been better is that 1350, when it was 1320, 1355, that the bid started catching up to the ask, as opposed to the ask started catching up to the bid. So so here's something I can show you also. Okay, so here's the race, the biggest gainers from the open. Let's just say you missed everything all day, okay, but you did have this one or your own race set up, but you missed everything. Or you can only spend the first hour in the room or watching the market, but you do want to see the ones that really moved during the day. So you can do this. You can right click and show the race setup. And where it says replay, you can just do a replay. And then what'll happen is, I'm not going to do it right now. Okay, you could do it right here, set it up, you could replay the race. It'll take about, I think it's 6 minutes and 20 seconds, and it'll run through the entire day. And at the end of the day, you'll see, you'll get this list, which is, maybe what you want to see, because these may be stocks you want to watch tomorrow. So it's just another, that's what I did over the weekend. Because I left a little bit early on Friday, so and it was and it so again, if you missed the day but you have a race setup, you can just do a replay and then you can at the end of the replay, you'll see what the top 10 were. And that could set you up to maybe watch those ones tomorrow. You know, maybe there's some follow through in some of them. Or maybe in the top three, you know, I mean, it all depends. We don't know for sure, but it's another way to get focus. I don't actually see that hood as a news halt exactly. It's certainly a volatility halt. But I don't see that it's a news halt. I do see, some news, but and at 15:01, so I do see, but I'm not sure that is technically a news halt. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I do know what you're talking about. Bankman-Fried's FTX said to be seeking path for et cetera, et cetera. I do see news associated with it, but typically a news halt means it's halted because of news which will be forthcoming that I've seen in the past anyway. So the proof will be if it opens at 304 plus 23 seconds, like a typical volatility halt. All right, guys. I think the data may be fixed now. I'm looking at my thumbnail charts, and now there is movement, like the tick by tick movement that I should be used to. So at least I'm looking at NRSN that was just sort of sat at 290 for the longest time. And so here's what I'm talking about. I'm seeing the movement now. I saw the movement in BNTC. There's a little movement in BOXD. Wasn't seeing any movement at all. So I think the data has been fixed. All right, guys, as I'm getting set to wrap this up, here's a late day breaker. We've seen this one, of course, the last 2 days, Thursday and Friday, but the BHAT, a late day breaker. You can also, if you have this one, you can also keep looking at it post market. You know, once the market closes at 4, this will continue. This will continue to work, and so you can see the post market runners if you want to use this one. So I am going to get my script together. And first of all, before I do that though, I want to put the YouTube link in. Chris will be here probably in about 5 minutes, not here, but in the other room, YouTube room. So here is the YouTube link if you want to head over there. Okay, so I'm just going to wait for Chris to show up. It should be in about 5 minutes in the YouTube room. I'll probably close the main room down in a couple of minutes, but you've got the YouTube link there. So if you want to head over, look at BHAT. I mean, what I'm starting to see is that these races are maybe very interesting in the last hour. You know, something is just sort of lay dormant most of the day, and all of us, especially if it's one of these ones that has some enthusiasm past couple of days. You know, look at I mean, the TBLT could be really interesting. I mean, look at it. It's over 3. The next high looking left is way up here at 395. Like it's way up here, guys, at 395. So I mean, if this has a sort of an end of day run, I mean, I guarantee that's all traders are looking at. The high of the day was 305, so it's just a little bit above the high of the day. But what traders are looking at is that high on Friday, which was 395. And you can see the volume picking up also in the 2-minute chart. You just sort of see it picking up. Again, not a recommendation, but yeah, we were just talking about BHAT, just talking about it. And now I'm talking about T-Built. All right, guys, so I think I will shut this down. Thanks for all the help today. My script together. Okay, yeah, so I'm going to shut down now. So the room will open tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Have a great evening, and I hope to see you then. Bye-bye. Of course, YouTube, we're still open in YouTube, just waiting for Chris to take over from me. T-built guys, TBLT YouTubers, look at it go. It's on that 3 break. Little late day surge. And the magnet, of course, is that high of Friday. Check the action out on Hood. Of course, all the conjecture, possible takeover, etc., etc. I just heard a little pop, and that means my friend Chris is in the YouTube room.
Indeed, it is.
Okay. We're just watching Hood, of course, and TBLT with a big late day surge. Check out that TBLT. Check it out. Looking left, hit 4 on Friday, but it's just having that nice little late day surge. Winning a race, Chris. Winning a race. How about in your Bollinger Bands?
What did you say? TBLT?
Yeah. Oh, but your minimum was 4, right?
Yeah. Yep. So
Okay.
no, I don't have that one. What I got?
Okay.
SRRK has been on there for most of the day
Yep.
for me.
Yep.
ALT,
Yep. I'm just looking at what. Actually,
HMTV had been on there a few times.
yeah, that's a strange one.
It
There's
is.
a bunch of takeover offers.
That's what I was noting earlier. Must have been some kind of buyout and then a rebuyout of the buyout. I'm not sure.
Well, I think what's happened is they look like they settled for a 7, and then, but obviously not completely official. And then a couple have come in and say, "Hey, we'll give you 8," and somebody said, "Hey, we'll give you 9."
Wow.
So they're just trying to sitting back and figuring out,
No,
well, who are we going to sell to?
nice to be them.
No
I
kidding.
will. I will go ahead and make the screen swap. Oh, another one that was popping on for me was BLU.
BLU, yes, I see it right here. It's funny. I'll bet that mine and yours are very, very similar.
I suspect because anything that's going to be that high with the change from open is most likely going to be at the top of the Bollinger Bands also.
Yeah,
So
because all those ones you just mentioned, I'm seeing them in my race too. So,
more than one
well,
way
my
to skin
friend,
a
I'm going to
race.
hop on a bike. We have finally had
Excellent.
some nice weather in Vancouver, so I am hopping on my bike now. So, have a great hour, my friend, and we'll probably talk to you tomorrow.
Excellent. Enjoy that ride, Barry, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Take
Okay, bye
care.
bye.
So I'm back, everybody. Just going over. And so, when I was in here at noon, Orange Blossom had asked about the differences between mine and Barry's races. And I think, the big difference, I think the big takeaway, just comparing some symbols there for us, is price range essentially. But with him looking at change from open and me looking at the position in Bollinger Bands, I think they're going to be kind of neck and neck on a lot of the stuff that they're seeing. The only other thing that might influence them is the server sort. And I think that would really be it. I'm server sorting based on the Bollinger Bands. He's server sorting on the change from open. So, but I think other than that, we're pretty much looking at the same things. So, oh, Mike C, can you see me blushing all the way from here? So, anyways, that's that. I don't really have anything exciting to report about since the last time I was with you folks. But if you got questions, platform or otherwise, let me know. Oh, there's Hood on my Bollinger Band race. So, well, that's interesting. I'm guessing there's a halt in it. Interesting on the willow there for those crosses. See, I never looked for it as a cross necessarily. The way I try to do it in building that one scan was just simply find stocks that had a strong ADX and then had the DMI positive as well. So that meaning that the ADX, even though ADX is only looking for trends, the trend obviously had to be up. That's an interesting way of doing it for a cross, though. Definitely some CMT stuff right there, as I remember correctly from those chapters. We can mess around. I don't know how we'd scan for a cross necessarily. Let's new alert window. Bring this over. You mind sharing that older version? This layout. Thanks in advance. Yeah, I could share the layout. The only issue you're going to run into is these Bollinger Bands. This scan and this scan are the same scans. This one here and this one here. I just have this here for some videos and posting that I do to have it next to a chart. But they use a 1 minute 1 minute volume percent, which isn't in top list by default. You have to add that code in manually for a top list. I don't even want to call it a custom because it's not really custom. The data already exists. So these two scans aren't going to really work for you, unfortunately, Center. But, I mean, I'll share it out all the same. What I would suggest to you is change the 1 minute volume to 5 minute volume, and you could probably use the same value of 25. So let's see here. Receiver, share to cloud, entire layout. Call it Chris's layout. 6/27/2022. Save and share. Copy. Okay. Paste. Yeah, so these aren't looking at squeezes. This is looking for things breaking the upper Bollinger Band. It's looking for things that are 80% above the low of the bottom Bollinger Band. So we haven't broken the upper one yet, but we're looking to approach to break the upper one. At minimum, anyways. Maximum being anywhere above the upper Bollinger Band. So, all right, let's mess around with this ADX there for Willow. Let's see what we can or can't figure out here. So I just don't know if there's a way to scan for ADX crosses, ADX DMI, because we're just looking. So if we look at, let me hide unused. No, above Bollinger Band for potential long. The way Bollinger Bands were designed by John Bollinger, who I always like to drop that I met and hung out with, is a break of the upper band means a buy. A break of the lower band means a sell. That's how they're originally designed. I know that people like to use them for revision to the mean and things like that, and all those strategies work, but that's not how John originally designed them. And I found success using them the way that he originally designed them, essentially. So, all right, let's look at ADX. Let's look at anything that I can type correctly. There we go. All right, so ADX, and let's see. Let's look at what the page tells me here. Let's see if there's anything kind of gives me a clue on how to use this, maybe. Yeah, so the thing with this here is, values between 30 and 50 mean there's a strong trend. I mean, here, look, I just show you this here. If I put Bollinger Bands on here and I start to go through some of these scans, 15, because I'm scanning on 15-minute Bollinger Bands, let's look. This broke the upper band here, goes on to a great day, right? AERC. Breaks the upper band here, makes a nice move after that. ALT breaks the upper band here, goes on a tear for the rest of the day. Breaks the upper band here, goes actually broke the upper band here on the open, nice move, goes sideways, makes another move up eventually. Breaks the upper band here, ends up with a nice move after that. So, that's what I'm looking at. And it all seems to be equating to some pretty good day trades here. Or breaks the upper band, makes a nice move on that 15-minute chart. NEGG breaks the upper band back here, ends up having a nice move for the rest of the day. So it's not magic, there's no magic indicator, but I've found success with it. That's all there is to it. So I'll milk this till it doesn't work anymore. Let me remove that because I don't like really much for indicators there. So all right, back to this ADX thing here. And lost my web page. Well then, let's look for that again. So I'm kind of racking my brain right now on how we can get this to look like a cross. I won't say we can or can't officially. It's just that the way these two indicators are designed is for minimum and maximum values to show what you're looking for as far as a trend goes. ADX, again, meaning that you're just looking for a trend. It will never indicate up or down trend. ADX just indicates there's a trend. Directional indicator is used to indicate the direction of the trend, essentially, so they can work hand in hand. I'm just trying to think, is there a value that would show us a cross? I guess, the first thing we'd have to do is let's add them both to the scan. All right, and then we're looking at, so 30 to 50 is a strong trend. And let's throw an 8 right now on this DMI. Yeah, I'll call it DMI because it's just a DI, I guess. Let's put 27 here, meaning that maybe we're just at the start of a trend and that's an uptrend. So perhaps something like that. Let's look at volume. All right, so we're going to leave it pretty blank like that for right now. It says to say something, so I did. I'm not sure what you're referencing. So I'll take a look at charts in a moment. I just wanted to see if I can do this with Willow here on this ADX DMI. All right, let's try this out and see what this returned for the day anyways. And now we got to add these two indicators to a chart here. Do I add them? Let's add that and directional indicator. Do we even have that? That would be really kind of crappy if we didn't. Well, that's not going to help us at all. Okay, well, ADX, average true range, average volume, Bollinger Band distance from EMA, dollar volume, unchanged drawdown, Kelter, MACD, money flow. Well, I guess we won't be scanning for this as a cross. I do apologize because we don't have that as an indicator. Well then, it did not at all go how I intended it to go. All right, well, I do apologize, Willow. The idea of what I'm trying to do is find an ADX that's possibly on the move up with a DMI that's really moved up, is what I was trying to find. But I don't have a DI or DMI indicator to put on here to find that cross like that here. So, but that was the idea behind what I did here, was to find things because values of 25 or under indicate kind of choppy. Above 25 indicates a trend is beginning. 30 to 50 indicates a strong trend. And so that's why I put 27 here, but 8 here. So I'll share this out as a template for you and you can mess around with it. I can't load my IB charts. Otherwise I would load my IB charts and put those studies on there. But I can't currently do that. I'm sorry. So that was going to be my other workaround. It just, unfortunately, have an IB situation. I cannot do that. So ADX, DI, cross with a question mark. Let's do that for now, and we'll put that on the back burner as an exercise in the coming days when I can load up other charts and bring them over. All right, and then Michael Anthony asked something. ALTO could climb now? Maybe. Take a look here. I'll get rid of this indicator. Oh, that wasn't good. You know. Color. Okay. Okay, close that. Let's get rid of that. All right, what did he say? He said ALTO. Could it climb? Anything could climb. No, I mean, look at that. I mean, I could make no comment on it. I mean, it might be a day trading vehicle, but I mean, lower lows all the way through there. After coming out of this range like that and having that happen, I wouldn't be looking for anything special in that. And I mean, it looks like it's in a long-term downtrend as it is. A newer issue, I guess. So, no, I mean, there's nothing about this chart that interests me, technically speaking, at all. 31 windows. How are you able to run these on one screen? That should not be 31 windows. That's how many windows you should see. You should see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, well, maybe actually, yes. I don't run them on one screen. I have 3 screens, but I mostly just use 2. I guess it is 31 windows, possibly. No, it's not 31 windows. 3 alert windows, 1 price alert, 4 top lists, 1 brokerage plus, 2 single stock windows. That's all I'm running. This is all I'm running right here. 3, 1, so that's 4, 8, 9, 10 windows is all I'm running right now. I'm not sure. Because what you see on this screen is almost it. It's 65% of my layout. Is there a way to check to see if 110 is a major support for oil? I mean, I don't have there's no oil chart that I can bring up on here, so not with trade ideas, no. We can just look at the underlying TFs that, kind of represent energy overall. But there's no way for me to bring up oil futures. We don't have futures data, so unfortunately, no, Michael Anthony. And then down us here, EVFM. It says to say something, so I did. EVFM. I'm guessing we're looking for comment on this. I mean, it's having itself a day up, almost 200%. But stocks that are under $4, I don't care for. There's a lot of reasons why. Among them are, every 10 to 15 cents can be considered a resistance, number one. Number two, the share size that you have to take to make money on stocks aside this price. I just don't care to take share sizes of thousands and thousands of shares. I just never had a good time trading stocks like this, or good experience. But Mike C actually mentioned this in the 12 o'clock hour when I was here. And like a vacuum, it sucked right up and to fill that gap. Now you've got this level. It's going to be a massive level to try to get through in a stock that's been on nothing but a downtrend for as long as the eye can see. So obviously there's some news that happened here. I don't trade news. I trade charts. As far as a day trade went, this was great. Anything beyond that is speculation. So, I mean, this thing is outside of the spike that happened right here. This thing's been in a massive downtrend. Could this happen again? Absolutely. That's not the kind of trading that I do. That's speculation more than trading. I manage risk, and it just doesn't work or make sense for me. But I mean, look, almost 500 million shares traded today with that relative volume. I suspect this is going to be active for the next several days. So I would also suspect it's going to be a great day trading vehicle for people that like stocks this price for the next several days. So if this is something that fits your criteria, I would certainly put it on a watch list, my liked list, something like that, to keep it, front and center. And then obviously whatever your plan is for trading it, whether you're riding some moving average or some kind of break on pivot lines you're looking at, something to that effect. Whatever it is that gets you interested in the stock, has you take a position, how you manage it, I would keep a thumbnail for that specifically. My computer just crashed. Can you tell me how you were able to have 31 windows without being cluttered on your screen? I don't have 31 windows, so I'm not sure where the 31 windows came from. I'm sorry, Ranger Dan. I mean, more over to CloudLink. Let me see something here. Copy. That's not what I wanted. try this one. "31 windows." How is that 31 windows? You're right. It does say 31 windows. But where are those 31 windows? Huh. We got a real mystery on our hands. How do I know? There's this here, but I do not understand where it's seeing 31 windows from. This would sure explain an awful lot to me about something. Huh. Have pinned. Nothing hidden there. Nothing up my sleeves. Here's where I don't understand why it's saying 31 windows. My list does not show such things. Okay. I'll have to go through and do some troubleshooting on this at another time. This is strange to me, though. Where that 31 is coming from. That didn't do what I wanted it to do at all. Boy, I've got a mystery on my hand here. I have to circle back on that. I don't know what to say right there on that. Ranger Dan. I really can't figure out where 31 windows is coming from right now because I don't have any pinned windows. I just checked. Yeah, but I don't even have anything tabbed. I mean, like if you come here, there's no extra tab here. There's no extra anything here. There's these two here. You know, there's nothing hidden here. There's nothing hidden there. I wonder if it's counting this as part of the 31. If that's possible. I am going to have to really take a look here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yes. Nope, nope. You very well may be losing your mind. I may be losing my mind too, but you're not. You're not incorrect with what that said. I'm gonna have to. I'm sure I'm missing something, but what that is, I'm not quite sure yet. So I have to get to the bottom of that. VGR. I cannot figure my races are not feeling like working today. Yeah, that Ranger Dan pointed that out. You don't know where all 31 come from. I can count 21 off the top of my head, 22 off the top of my head. There's something I'm missing. I'm not sure what, but I'm not going to get hung up on it for now. I'll spend this hour troubleshooting myself. VGR. Another. I'm not really sure what to say on this. I mean, it's bottom fishing. Below $10, you're in trouble. And this line right here, I'd say is pretty significant. So, I mean, that's what I could say about that. You're looking at a stock that's driven on news right now, tobacco manufacturing. So I'd rather news not dictate what my positions are going to do overall, anyways. All right, there we go. These races just don't like me right now. What happens when I kill a couple of windows? No. There's definitely says 31 windows for my layout because I just looked at the cloud link myself, the web page, the web loading of it. And it says 31 windows. So they said I'll have to take a look. I'm not sure. So back to VGR. I mean, look, you've got this base here below there, your dead meat. And other than that, you're stuck in this very long range right here. Essentially, you popped out, popped down, popped out, popped in. It looks like it's in a downtrend. You had this here. I'm guessing this was probably earnings here or something. I don't know. But I mean, also, it's trading 400,000 shares coming into the close today. So it's not exactly an active stock. I mean, I don't see anything special about this, so. You can see that this just above $8, that seems to be a significant level. So if it gives this up here, I mean, it's obviously that's where it's headed. Yeah, I'm all right with that. Trading those smaller price stocks has always left me licking wounds. So I stick to my guns. I stick to my plans. Whenever I break my discipline or break my plans, that's when I end up with issues. So, all right, we got a slightly down day on the SPY today. Bring that up here real quick. So we'll have to see. And as per usual, take a look at this here. You know, or just go ahead and go wherever you want, chart. Top there, and just breaking down lower highs and breaking down lower lows. So for now, steps are moving down, but we'll see. You got I don't know, you had a bunch of talking heads talking about a bottom already. But those same talking heads said that was a bottom when we did this too, and then we went on to a very, very nice release there on that. So got this here. Let's see. Is the strength alerts. Let's see, what did they do today? KAR. We'll see. That's a significant line to try to get through. But eked out some upside today. IBM. What year is it that we're looking at IBM for relative strength? I mean, holy cow. But there it is, nonetheless. So, here's IBM. Bit of a trend going on there. Pick your poison on that line. Big level through here for it. Big level through there. But why not? This TKL, that's an interesting look. So possible bottom there. Moved up. Held that. I will say that it's going to be an interesting level to get through as well, especially under $10. We know how much trouble that can equal. But on a day where the market was slightly down, all these were slightly up. Progressive. That's Flow, right? Flow does the Progressive commercials. So decent upward trend on that as well. Again, you got overhead resistance lurking. And last but not least, BTI. So interesting. Vector group there that Michael Anthony brought up. Looking not so hot. BTI looking much better. So that's interesting to have a look at. All right, so those are our strength alerts. And then Peter, blue. Do I think blue will have a great day tomorrow? Well, I never know if something's going to have a great day or not, but let's see. Does it look like it'll be relevant tomorrow? Yes, I think it'll be a relevant stock tomorrow. Will it be relevant up or down? That I'm not sure. But the fact that it pushed on this level at the close with good volume, that means that actually I'll be throwing it on my like list, as a matter of fact, right now for tomorrow. And seeing how that ends up playing itself out. Interesting. So it's got that overhead resistance at 10 as well, but we can see this thing, it's gone on some runs in the past, you know. So it's capable of doing it. Will it? Another question. But I would say, Peter, I would definitely keep it on a watch list for tomorrow. Nearly 10% up today. So it's hard to say, especially when it's under, stock that's under $10, but running into $10, being up that big and having all those things. I would suspect there's going to be some shorts that are salivating on it, So it's one of those ones that I'd be careful, especially jumping on it early. For one of those, they gap it up and then trap you. You don't want that to happen tomorrow. There you go, Peter. Put yourself in a position for success like that. Are you talking home builders, Michael Anthony? I mean, I don't think we're going to see home builders doing a whole lot of anything. That's a pretty weak close on them, considering how the market closed. DFH. I'm just happy you made some money. You don't owe me anything, Orange Blossom. I just hope that continues and you stay a subscriber. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. So I mean, this thing here is, and it was in that range for look how long it was in that range, and it just broke down out of that range. So I don't know if it bottoms and then maybe you get a move back up to the top of that, to the bottom of that range. That's the best I could say right there, though. I wouldn't, it doesn't look like a chart that I'm interested in. I mean, down, 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 down. A lot more down than up, that's for sure on this chart. Yeah, I'm looking at kind of market strength. It's a way for me to kind of gauge what's happening in the market. So like we can see here on the close, We had a really heavy move up on selling, or well, I should say new lows, and that was heavier on the smaller cap stocks, the new lows versus the new highs, where they're actually pretty even new lows versus new highs on the larger cap stocks. And if we bring over a SPY chart just to kind of compare on that close, it's kind of a wobbly close with the sellers just edging out the buyers overall, although they couldn't finish them off here because you can see here from those wicks, those shadows, that the sellers just couldn't pound those buyers into the ground, unfortunately for them. Fortunately for the bulls, that's what happened. So we see the edge play out here. The edge of being slightly down played out in the sense that we had these even, but the sellers were the winners here. So that's what I would be noting from that. It's an easy way for me to not have a SPY chart and a Q chart and an IWM chart and a diamonds chart and whatever else that I want up. I get a fairly good market snapshot between those four windows. if you can I just say bring up a chart of it, Michael Anthony, and take a look at oil futures. The problem is that you have rollover issues that you'll have to deal with, and what was that? Strange. Because oil, or futures contracts don't line up perfectly, so you have different decay to deal with. You have to decide how you want to look at those charts in that sense, how you want to stitch the futures charts together. I mean, we could look at USO, but it's not going to be the price of oil. USO does not represent oil to a T. So, but if I was looking at USO, for example, I would say that's a really big level right there, right? So it's sitting on the cusp of a real bearish move, being below that line, for my 2 cents, anyways. Back above this line would be a bullish move. But I don't think we're going to see oil trade sideways. That I'll tell you for sure. It's going to make a break one way or the other. Here's my thing. Oil could very well go up itself. Oil stocks don't have to go up with it. And this goes back to, having governments yapping their mouths about oil and putting price caps on it and things like that. But who's going to want to buy oil stocks and invest their money if the government's putting a cap on how much you can make? I certainly won't be. That's for sure. And you better believe that anybody that's a long-term investor will not be. So, but that's what I would look at it. Michael Anthony, just bring up a chart, draw some lines. That's the best you can do. Look where price is looking for. Draw a line somewhere across the chart and see how many touches does that line have of price action. That's a significant line right there. That's $60 level. This level just above 80, this 82-ish level, is significant. And we can even see it play out here on this intraday chart. Look how many touches it's had in the last 4 days. That's a big deal to me. Holds up above this, oil moves up. Doesn't mean oil stocks are going to move up, but oil itself and the price you're going to pay for it is going to move up. WTIC. Might be. We don't have data on it though. Again, we don't have futures data. Oil is traded in the futures market. Oil is not traded in the stock market. So, I have no way to bring up an oil chart. I have no way to bring up a chart that shows the price of oil with what I have here to work with. Sorry, but there's no secret trick to any of that. We just have stocks, no commodities, no futures. Whoever your broker is, I don't know who your broker is or if they'll have it because everybody runs a little differently. But check with your broker to see if you can bring up futures charts with them. That would be my recommendation to you. I currently can't do it. But I would say, USO. I mean, a USO, I suppose, will be a good reflection of it. And so, if oil breaks down in price, this will break down in price too. So I would be looking at it like that. That would be my suggestion to you, Michael Anthony. Like I said, below this 82-ish level, you're going that way. But I do not think oil's gonna. I don't think oil's gonna chop around in a tight range. I think eventually, sooner than later, it's gonna make a break one way or the other. Have I learned what's no? I've never looked at lumber futures in my life, other than when someone posts something on Twitter about it. Not my cup of tea. And someone might say, well, why don't you know futures and options and all those things? As someone who had to literally learn all this stuff from scratch while still, maintaining the rest of my normal life, it was enough to learn about stocks and trading stocks, let alone adding those other items in there. I would certainly like to at some point, as I never want to stop learning and growing, obviously. But for the moment, while I'm still finding my way in the world of stock trading here, I'm going to stick to what I know for now and pad my numbers there. I mean, I do remember all the talk with lumber. It was like lumber was limit up, and then it was limit down, and then it was limit back up again. It was limit back down. And they're talking about all kinds of crazy stuff for the price of lumber, and people weren't building houses for a while because of it. So like some of the narrative that was out there, I was familiar with. Wow, it's already 4:21. How did that happen? That's something. sorry, just had to respond to someone messaged me. We had a data issue earlier for Brokerage Plus for a number of users, but didn't get everybody, and restarting servers and figuring out what was the culprit. We're just straightforward with these things sometimes. So, all right, what closed up today? So look, energy closed up today pretty bigly overall. We'll see what that means moving forward. Was it a relief bounce from the selling we just had, or is it just setting up for that next leg up? I really, it's hard for me to say. That was, that was quite a drawdown right here. XOP and the XLE is not going to look any different. So, just a tough one there with energy. I would say it's fair to say that it would be due for another bounce or two, another day's bounce or two. So here's the end of the selling. Got that bounce on Friday and another bounce today. And that $80 level on the XLE was a pretty big deal to break that down. We're now at this level here for support. So there's your establishing range right now. We'll see what it does with that range essentially. Yeah, I'd say that's, those are some big time ranges right there for the XLE and the XOP. Natural gas, it's unto its own, I would say. Not quite the same stuff here with natural gas. So, again, right back to a major level, big breakout level and a big rejection level too. So, there's resistance here. Blasted through. Does it come support again, or does it go back to being resistance again? That's what I'd be looking at there. So, all right, everybody, we're looking at 426. I guess I'm going to wrap it up for the day here. I do appreciate everybody popping in. Let's see, tomorrow's Tuesday, so I believe that means you get Mr. Michael Noss tomorrow at the noon hour. Of course, I'll be back at 3:30, and we will do it all again. I just, bring up one last thing here for anybody, looking to play bounces and things like that. Keep in mind, since January, every bounce has been sold off and a little harder each time those sell off. So, we've got this bounce here. All right. It could continue to bounce. I'm just saying, be nimble with your positions, be ready to close winners. And make sure you stick to those stops on any losers. I think it's, having really good discipline right now is over the next, however long this bear market lasts. Maybe it lasts another week. Maybe it lasts another month. Maybe it lasts another 5 years. Nobody knows, obviously. It will end eventually. The people that have been able to stick to their discipline will be best positioned when the next bull market starts to unfold and move up and erupt, because that's what it does. So, just be disciplined, be real disciplined. There's plenty of money to make, both day trading and swing trading right now is more of a day trader's environment, but that doesn't mean it can't. That doesn't mean it can't be made swing trading. I'm just saying, just be careful holding stuff overnight. You don't want to wake up and the market's gapping down 1, 2, 3% overnight. It's a really awful feeling, speaking from experience. So, all right, everybody, that'll do it for me today. I will catch you all back here tomorrow, and you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Monday wherever you are. Take care.